for me to know when I do the highlight, this is where we're gonna start it.
Yay.
So that people can hear our faffing about. So we're gonna have another 5 minutes of faffing. No, I kid.
Yeah.
Oh, but those were some baller minutes of faffing.
We're just gonna have to remember what we said and reenact it.
I may keep the hydration. But that's a very good question. Death of Roland. Where is Boingo Face? I would like to know.
Where'd Boingo go?
Did he crash
Would I
upon
like to
booting
know?
up?
I have sent him a message saying if he doesn't show up in a little bit, we're just gonna start. He honestly may be on what he described last stream as ADHD side quests.
Yes, I know those.
Right.
Been on those.
So, like, I don't know. I'll probably wait out for, like, another minute. So when we reach the 10-minute mark on stream, I'll probably start recapping everything. I have sent another message on Discord to let Boingo know that, hey... I just sent him claps and expected him to know. It was a great spell called Message where you can just you basically can send a verbal tweet to someone. And it's very great because they are impromptu with it. And if I just send a bunch of claps at them, they can't refuse it. It just happens. Which is why sending is a very fun spell. You can do the same thing with Dream, but you both have to be asleep. It has to be a coordinated effort.
Well, maybe not coordinated. You could, like, just stalk them and know their sleeping schedule.
Exactly.
And then
That's what I
induce
mean.
sleep.
You have to coordinate it. But no, I will. Dream is fun because I know in one of my games that's how we have like talks with some like rival big bads or like have conversations with people we want to be allies with because we just be like, all right, we want to talk to and have like a conversation, but like we are miles away. And also,
I never actually knew about Dream.
Dream's really good because it does two things. It either allows you to talk to someone in their sleep and have like a conversation, or you can give someone a nightmare and they have to roll a wisdom saving throw, and if they fail it, they don't gain the benefits of a long rest. So it could be real great for you to have a very interesting conversation with someone, or you can force your big bad evil guy to be in a sleep paralysis stream where they watch your character eat a bowl of grapes while they are unable to move or speak for 8 hours straight.
Oh gosh.
And even if they do pass the wisdom saving throw, it still happened.
Oh gosh.
They just didn't lose. They just didn't take exhaustion from it.
Yeah, they just let him. It's like this just happens, and you can't stop it. It happened, and that was your night. That is all that happened while you were asleep. Oh.
Yay, the grape stream again? Yeah, the grape stream again.
I will say I was very tempted to do it against a werewolf archmage rival we've had for a while, but we recently killed him, for real, because he did not have enough time to prepare a clone again.
Wow.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And also, fun fact, call out to Broderick Longshore over here, werewolf archmage extraordinaire. He really went aggressive on us when we killed his wife, for real. And like we read his diary essentially after, which he just had on his person.
He's near and dear to him.
Yeah, and basically he talked about like how he met his were-tiger wife and everything, and he fell in love with her, but she wouldn't marry anyone who wasn't like a pure lycanthrope. So he became a transmutation wizard, found out how to make himself a werewolf without being bit, and married her. And she really only was with him so she could have like a kid to pass on her were-tiger legacy. And she never really loved him. And it's like, oh my god. It's so funny because like, we killed his wife first, which made him go really aggressive. But also the first time we killed him, I specifically used Chill Touch and flavored it as his wife, like, his wife's hand just threw her out of the body and, like, choked him to death. So, like, So like I look at that, it's like, oh my god, that is so sad, but also in a dark way funny.
Yeah.
Just like your wife never loved you. It's
You were
like,
her.
This guy.
You were just a donor to her.
Yeah, essentially. Oh, I see from Death of Roland. I love that Pan Lecter's doing action spells at the gallery the whole time.
Yeah, you're like waving your wand at us, and the sparkles come out, and we're way down here like, oh gosh, it stings out!
He's doing his presentation.
It's in my eyes! It's in my eyes!
Alright. Well, I guess because I gave time for Boingo to come in during my side trek to talk about one of my games which I love dearly. I guess we're gonna start.
Okay.
I'll let him know we're starting the recap officially, and we'll start then. But I'm just like, I wonder if Boingo's alright.
We all need to send messages of hearts to him. Then I'm like, oh, would that just distract further, though? My good intentions might come back to be less beneficial than I desired them.
Alright, I've sent that message. So ideally he should know, and I'll proceed to change OBS and not stalling for Boingo.
I wonder if Boingo thought that last week's starting time was now like the usual starting time.
Oh.
And therefore was not prepared to be here at 8:30 instead of 9:30. In which case, hopefully, they will join us.
I mean, in that case, they wouldn't miss too much, especially because we've done some quality faffing. But that is really valid. I know my schedule I put 8:30, but I can also see that being a very reasonable mistake.
Yeah.
Alright. What about?
What?
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 What? Okay, I was really seeing like, alright, is Rumi going to enable my parrotisms, or...
I will enable, but I like to make you wait for it.
You may have your stims, but you must wait for it.
Yes.
Alright. So, last time, on the Wild Beyond the Witchlight, we did not end up going beyond the Witchlight as I intended last stream, but that matters not. We had a lot of fun, spicy content anyway. For the most part, you guys came back from the big top extravaganza and your, of Zebediah's great performance, which he is still recovering from, which is why he's not here right now, obviously. Didn't you idiots know? And in doing so, you guys, sorry, my brain just had a big fart. A big toot-toot.
It's all good. It's just bodies doing body stuff.
Yeah. But, yeah. Afterwards, Fiverr and Grizz sort of talked more about that weird frog they saw earlier, and grew a little suspicious of what could actually be going on here, considering Zebediah does not know what the fuck that is, and it does not seem to be normal. So they tried to see if they can see what's going on in the inside by trying to get Grizz and Fiverr to work for the circus after Grizz and Fiverr shared a little talk about that's what they want to do. So they go in into the backstage thanks to Zebediah being a member of the circus and Grizz having a card allowing him to talk to Mr. Light about applying. And you guys met two particular individuals before you met. Oh wait, no, I've got this all messed up. No, that wasn't the reason why you went backstage initially. Cause yeah, I have great clarity. Before you went backstage, you guys went to the dragon flying ride, and there was a little bit of an incident where a blue-bearded dwarf got sabotaged and almost fell down into the lake 20 feet, thanks to a mysterious helper that was not Northwind, the person in charge of it. And you went backstage to talk to, essentially, the manager of the place. And after talking to a bugbear security guard, Burley, that's when you sort of learned that, like, hey, there's a trickster around causing some problems, things have been stolen, and that's when you came up with the plan to try to go into the circus and all that. It is all straightened up, it's all come back to me. And yeah, you guys tried to get this sort of job interview in a very private location, instead of Mr. Witch and Mr. Light's cart. You guys tried to get them into the Swan Gondola, and thanks to behind the scenes rolling where Mr. Witch got a natural 1 on his insight check, he obliged and had gone up to you so you guys could have your conversation. At which point, your attempt to have like a moment to suss him out was immediately backfired upon you as he started to go to a series of job interviews between the three new individuals in the Swan Gondola, which ended off him completing the interviews and then asking you why you really wanted to talk to him. And with that, I am going to change music to what I think would be a good tense vibe, and then we will begin roleplay. Let's see, what would be good tension music that I have?
Something that pools slowly, I think.
Okay, I have to find a pool then.
Slow pool?
No pools.
Wow. No swimming for us.
Let's see. I think this could work as maybe a bit of action tense, but I feel like it kind of vibes. Alright. So.
Yeah.
I have to switch it on over on this one because I'm still not used to being a DM on multiple different windows. So on the Swan Gondola, Mr. Witch has asked you, so, now that we have concluded the interviews, why are you really here?
Well, a lot of reasons, I guess. We definitely do want to make a place here. My son is not, trying to obscure anything in that regard. But we noticed that there's been some odd going-ons at this carnival, and we want to help, right? I mean, Riz, would you say?
Something weird's been going on.
And in what,
Say him?
in what situations have you heard has been going on in the circus?
Well, I mean, just now I saved a man from falling off of one of the dragonflies to his death, and apparently some elven person had punched their ticket, and they didn't even work here, and so I think you have an issue going on.
And I met a frog who was looking for people who weren't supposed to be here, but apparently a frog doesn't work here.
Yeah, that seemed quite odd to me.
Fiverr. Not Fiverr. Grizz. I get, for some reason my brain always goes for Fiverr when I see dog at Fiverr. Grizz, I want you to roll an insight check as you grok this question.
Okay. 18. I am wise.
Hey.
Alright, that's a good roll. You notice as, like, when Fiverr was talking about, the assistant with the dragonflies, you notice him actually being, like, very concerned about that, like, taking that in genuinely. Like, oh, that is a problem. But then, oh, fuck, I forgot to loop. Oh, no, I didn't. Okay. But then, when you mentioned the frog, his sort of tone sort of is like, I sort of look at you and they sort of go back to like that more that like, I am in charge here expression instead of like instead of like understanding like the situation a bit. And he looks over to you and goes like, a frog.
Well, that's what they said their name was. They were speaking in fairy speak. They were out of the river. I was by the river looking for a rock, and they came out, and they said that they were a frog. I mean, they're awfully big for a frog, but I mean, I don't look like a dog, so I'm not gonna judge. But they said that they wanted me to help them find people who didn't have the wings on. By the way, is Big Boss Man wearing the wings? I gotta ask.
In their artwork, they don't.
I feel like he wouldn't.
No,
But everyone
Mr. Light would. Mr. Witch would not.
Yeah.
Like, no, you could probably tell, like, Mr. Light was the one like, oh, we should make them all wear wings, and Mr. Witch was probably like, alright, I'll consider that in the budget. But no, I'm going up purely off their artwork. They do not have the wings. And I will specify,
Okay.
a majority of the other characters, interesting, Burley doesn't have wings either. Taco does.
The tree does. I can see it in his token.
Who does?
The tree.
Was the
Oh yeah. It's interesting, because like, I'm actually just looking at it now.
The
Like, not all of them have the wings on.
The squirrel is a freeloader.
Yeah.
I will say, the cat that you did see around Lost Property with 3 tails did have the wings. And they were
Anyway, so...
But yes.
So he relays... Grizz relays the story of meeting a frog, and a frog saying to look for to report to a frog about any people who don't have wings, and how Grizz thought that they must be part of the carnival, but Zebediah later said that they're not part of the carnival.
That's a quite odd thing, after all. We assure this river is clean. We make it out of a arcade ribbon, you see. It's something we have found along our travels and find it very useful around here. We do not typically have wildlife included in there, so it may just be your conscience. After all, if you do see someone without wings, we do heavily encourage you to report that to the Witchlight, to the witch heads. You can tell with that further insight check, he is definitely trying to not put attention on that. Instead, I would definitely... Have you found anyone without wings? After all, that is going to be a matter of finances, of course. I do know we do have accommodations for those who want to get in without a ticket, and perhaps... Maybe you heard something from Nicholas who told you to perhaps send him his way if you found someone without wings and still wanted to attend. I know he likes making little bargains.
Grizz will laugh and says, well, I see 2 people without any wings. and points
For
at the
me,
two of them.
personally, I don't participate much in the carnival except for the pig top. During the final hour, I do acquire the wings. As for Mr. Light, would you care to explain? Oh yes, well, you see, I very much adore having the wings, but I like having them in a little secret place. He pulls up a little like sleeve. He has it instead of like on his back, he has it like on a bracelet. The bracelet looks very nice. It looks like golden and like has some like lapis butterfly wings. He sort of slips that away and goes like, and if you're asking where my wings, he like twirls his little like his little baton that has like a little dragonfly design on it. These are my wings, child.
Oh. Well, alright then. Forget I said. Never mind.
Oh no.
Then no, I have
will
not
move
seen
on.
anyone. Then no, I haven't seen anyone, Grizz said like a liar.
Then roll deception! Ooh.
Like a lying
no.
liar who lies.
Chris said like a liar, comma, bad. Alright, as you tried to like play it cool, I imagine you just like do the thing of like, well yeah, good thing I didn't see anyone without them, and like sort of like like your eyes sort of look off to the distance, like you're not making eye contact as you say it.
Yes.
Really? Then tell me. He looks over his paperwork and then to you. Grizz, where did you not find anyone having any butterfly wings?
I didn't
That's
definitely
gonna
didn't see
jump in. Sorry.
Go ahead.
And say back in Mr. Witch's voice, the Arcane River? Or the Arcane Ribbon?
First off, Mr. Light is delighted by this. He goes like, you didn't mention you were an impressionist? Oh, Mr. Witch, put that down in his resume. Wait, I'm sorry, do you see him, or are you a different type of pronouns? We didn't ask that. We should put that on the resume. We should put that on the paperwork.
Bird is he, bird is.
Bird.
Bird is bird.
He like he sort of like leans down. His body's very long, but like he just like scrumbles through Mr. Which is like little like TV dinner desk and like scrumbles to your page and just puts pronouns he/bird. Got it. Understand. Mr. Witch looks disgruntled, but he deals with this on a daily basis.
Frog is without wings.
Fiber adds in, yeah, that's true. I mean, I didn't see, but from what Grizz told me, didn't seem like they're part of this carnival. They probably snuck in.
Well,
It's not.
if you can find out that this frog is in fact a trickster, then we can talk then. After all, we've got. But if you do, you must make it quick. By the time we descend, we'll have about an hour left. And during that hour, I know me and Mr. Light are going to be quite busy before we wrap up things. So, if you believe this frog is in fact a trickster that is causing these problems, you know what to report. However, I assure you, in the case of the river, there are no other creatures aside from fine swans or dragonflies and the like. So he seems like, again, very defensive there, and I'm going on with Grizz's like insight there that like he seemed definitely more keen on there being a trickster when you mentioned it. That seemed new to him, but he's being very defensive here. And of course, again, if you do find someone without wings, do report them to the Witch Hand staff or to Nicholas. Again, I know he prefers to have. He makes little bargains with
What kind of bargains?
Oh, some I would say childish. Perhaps maybe making people not able to lie, or holding a crown of flowers upon their head and watering it every hour. Silly things as that.
What? That seems debilitating.
Oh no, it's quite fun. If anything, it's after all they can't pay, so it's like a little fun nightly thing to make the night a bit more of a plan to it.
Oh, so it only lasts for the night, equal exchange of consequence.
Of course, the event is only for the night. There would be no reason for it to extend longer.
Okay. And I guess if they agreed to it, then it's all good and well.
Exactly. It was not done without consent.
Consent is key.
It is.
As like the little snap finger guns thing, like.
He nods at you. But yes, do you have any other information about this so-called frog? I'm curious. Has anyone besides Grith seen this frog?
I haven't, only hearsay. But I trust my boy. He's never lied to me that I've known of. He's a good, wise, upstanding character.
Didn't we all see him at the end at the last session?
Wait, did
No,
we?
only you noticed him.
Okay. No, I think I pointed him out to Zebediah. Zebediah is like, I don't know who that is.
Maybe I read
I'm misremembering.
Maybe. I know you mentioned it to Zebediah. I don't know if he saw it. I know I did ask for perception checks from him. Let me see, because we haven't had that many rolls. The good thing about not combat games, it's very easy to be like, let me see.
Maybe we could make it a habit to, after doing a roll, labeling it, just write a text blurb saying this was for such and such event. That would help you find things better if you needed to
Perhaps.
go back.
That's a smart idea.
Thank you. I do see one perception check for Zebediah from last time. And I do think, yeah, from looking at it, that does seem to be around the time Frog happened. So, I do think Zebediah did see it, then yes.
Okay.
And I will as Zebediah go, yeah, no, I saw the weird frog in there. Had weird big ol' eyes. Like that, no bit.
Oh, and good news, Boingo Rider says that they'll be here in just a second.
Okay, cool. It's okay. We are talking about frogs and gaslighting.
Frogs and gaslighting.
It's okay. Us and Stream will understand, whereas Boingo will be yeah! I will say when Zebediah totally mentioned it, I will ask for another insight check. Actually, this will be for any of you. I'll open up the floor for the insight check.
Open up the floor. That means all of us?
Yeah.
Whoa, okay. I'll get insighty.
Whoa!
Oh, I got a nat 20
Yeah,
there.
you
Nice.
sure
Nice,
fucking did.
woo! What was this insight check for?
Basically, Mr. Witch, when Zebediah mentioned specifically about seeing the frog.
Oh wait, how did KB? How did you make yours so fancy?
That's a good question. How did you?
Yeah.
That makes it easier to find too, if we're going to be
Yeah.
documenting what they're for.
KB.
You know, we've lost KB.
Oh no.
I'm back.
Oh, okay.
KB had to now
Yeah, grip
themselves
it and rip
by
it.
cracking up a cold one. Whereas that's how you made the
Yeah,
fancy yellow border.
Oh, slash me.
Gosh. So wait, can I delete messages?
No.
Dang.
Yeah, if you just type
Dang.
slash me and then whatever words you want, and then it will put, like, your whatever name you're currently active under, and then your message in the yellow text.
Well, thank you for helping me learn a thing.
Thing just above what I said. Thank you. Alright, so, chat. When Zebediah mentions a frog, you see for a moment not just a look of, like, defensive concern, but like a bit of sadness in his eyes. As
You gotta put Zeb down. He knows too much.
Oh
no!
Oh no! The poor boy. I mean, I will be honest, you don't want it. Like, I'm glad that even though you got, like, Mr. Witch to be defensive, it's a good thing you're not at combat level. We have to put him down. Because Mr. Witch and Mr. Light are both individually very scary.
I have no doubt.
Yeah.
But, yeah, no, it's interesting. You see, like, the split second of, like, just, again, it's a somber look as he, like, before he goes back to, like, keep up stoicness and, like, professionalism, and, like, keeping up his denial of whatever this is. He definitely knows what this frog is.
Who is he? Or wait, who is he?
He's a frog, but what is he? Well, he's a fairy, I guess. Well, that's really all I know.
You know. Chad is just looking directly at Mr. Witch.
Hear me out.
Or was it?
Because I feel like this could really depend on how the intent is. Do either persuasion or intimidation check here.
I'm definitely going with persuasion because intimidation comes next.
14. Alright, I'll roll a secret Mr. Witch check. Oh fuck. Yeah, so you try to go right to the point, and he just goes, well, all I know right now is it seems like the boy just has a conscience. Probably just thinking what's doing the right thing, and again, thinking about the carnival, and after all, people work very hard to get their money to work here and visit here every few years. So it's only right to say, to find something to find those who do not come in with payment. And, you know, boys their age get a lot of imagination. I wouldn't be surprised if perhaps it was something they believed. After all, I know Zebediah is quite good with kids. I know he's very much the type to go along with his fantasies.
Well, hey, that's my boy you're talking about, and I've known him for a while, and he's always been one for seriousness and taking things literal, and he doesn't run with fantasies.
I understand this could be a shocking thing to hear, but it happens all the time here in the carnival, especially considering the time. I mean, he checks his stopwatch. I don't know if you've been keeping track, but it's approximately 3:45 in the morning. The boy could simply just be tired and be seeing things, taking things very seriously, as he should, and as he would understand. However, consider things with a grain of salt when people speak.
I don't think that's fair to him as a person. You should be talking to him. He's right there. Not like you're talking to him. You're talking about him like he's not even here. Just because he's younger doesn't mean he's not fully minded.
This is true, but you're the one who was speaking.
I'm sorry,
Mr.
what's going on?
Driver, so I thought I'd address my comments to you directly.
Trevor just gives him a wince.
Well, tell me, our ride in the gondola is almost over. Of course, I would encourage finding a trickster and having him be brought towards the staff area. But I must ask, where will you go if all you have is a frog in the river that you've only seen, what, once or twice over a very long, tiring night?
We know it sticks to the river, so I guess just walk the river. What about you, Grizz? What do you think? You're the one who's known them the best. Interacted with them directly.
Well, they said that if I could find them, if I just went to the river and asked for a frog.
Well, we could do that right now then.
I don't know if they'll come up if they see all these people, but I mean, I could try.
Doesn't hurt to try, right? Fiver turns to everyone to like shrug, like, yeah, want to do it?
Disenchant River?
I will say there was like a moment of like you guys sort of like discussing, and there's like a little bit of quiet. If this frog is around, it would be wise if the boy seemed alone but was not. He turns a page as if like he didn't say anything.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
We could all hide somewhere and watch from afar. Or, like chat suggested, we have an alternative method, disenchant the river.
I would say don't disenchant the river. We'll do that within the hour, and I would rather prefer to keep that way.
Alright, yeah. Then best bet's probably try and summon Frog.
Alright.
And I feel like...
We should be quiet. He might be able to hear us.
Okay.
As the gondola is starting to descend, first off, Mr. Light does a very fancy exit off. He doesn't wait till the gondola has gone to a complete stop. He does like a triple backflip off and like comes to the ground fantastically. Everyone claps. But as you guys are coming down, Mr. Witch checks his little stopwatch. He goes, well, we have approximately an hour to find him. If you do deal with the trickster, I would say definitely don't go with any bargains they have. After all, they are a trickster. Well then, if you need me, I will be in the big top and organizing, saying who will be crowned the Witchlight monarch. Till then, he sort of stomps his cane that has like a raven head. There's a little bit of smoke, and you do not see him.
Wow, that was interesting.
We should probably actually get rid of him so then we can very see it's not here.
Alright. We should get away from the river if we're gonna talk about this.
You're right, the frog might be listening.
Alright, let's change it to maybe let's see, what's the tone here? Are we thinking maybe scheming, or are we just gonna jump into an attempt of a plan? Actually, no, I think this would be good.
I'm leaning on scheming.
Alright. Alright, so here's the idea, guys. I'm gonna go stand on that bridge.
Yeah,
and
that one over
I'm
there.
gonna go, like, sit there, tangle my feet off, and I'm gonna call to a frog.
Alright, where should we be?
Meanwhile, you guys go hide, like, behind the wagon, or in this little building here. This whole area is like the arcade, so there's gotta be lots of hiding spots.
Yeah, I mean, those big stones right there, like, each of us could hide behind one to get a good point of view to the bridge you'll be at.
Yeah. So you shouldn't all have your faces out, but like maybe chat, keeps the eye on the situation, and then chat can like do a bird sound when you guys need to come out, and then Zebediah will jump in the river and grab a frog so he can't get away.
Yeah. They're good at wrestling. They can wrestle up a frog.
And then we'll pull the frog. And then we'll pull the frog out of the water, and then we can talk to him, and he can't get away.
That sounds good to me.
Now,
bird noise?
Something like caw or I don't know. I don't mean to assume what bird noises you can make, but whatever bird noises you are comfortable with.
Oh. That was just an obvious chat making Fiverr making caw noise.
Oh yeah, I nailed it. Sweet.
Alright. So, in that case, so I want to recap the plan so I know what you guys are actually thinking. Because I know sometimes, as DM, I'd be like, I know things, and then you do it, and I'm like, wait, that's what you were trying to do? So
Those are different things.
Yeah, so your plan is, Grizz is gonna go towards the bridge, dangle the feet, and go like, oh, a frog! And, Zebediah, all of you are gonna be hidden behind rocks. Chat's gonna be the pair of eyes, and Zebediah is gonna come in and attempt to grapple the frog.
So Zebediah will be as close as they can be while still being hidden.
Okay. Alright. In that case, because I imagine all of you are also going to be hidden as well, for the exception of Grizz, correct?
Yes.
Okay. In that case, I am going to ask for everyone to make a stealth check, with the exception of Grizz, who is being very out in the open. Alright. Ooh. And I will get out Zebediah's sheet to roll for them.
Falling from the frog.
Rolling from the frog. Oh fuck. It's got a surprising amount of oh fuck. Yeah, no, you guys are being real stealthy.
Nice.
Alright. So, you guys all hide really well. I feel like Zebediah would... Oh, Zebediah's gonna probably like hide behind like this cart here. And will you say the funny, would you do the funny words?
What funny words?
I was talking to Grizz to summon a frog.
Oh.
Okay. Yeah. Hey, a frog! I found somebody.
As you say that, it is incredibly quick. Like, the moment you're done saying it, it is just out of the water. It sort of like looks over incredibly fast to see if there's anyone else. It's pretty late in the night. Most people are going towards the big top right now for the crowning of the Witchlight Monarch. And I will switch over the music now, because now we have these supposed
I am so fucking sorry.
Oh, hey!
Hello, Bongo!
We got Bongo!
We love you!
So I closed my eyes for like a half a moment, and then I opened them, and it was 9:10, and you were going like, yo, where the fuck are you? And then I went like, oh shit, I actually have to do a thing or two before I jump in, so let me fucking try and do that real quick.
Mm-hmm.
And I got into the loop of one more thing because apparently
Right.
someone doing the things around the house is a perfect invitation to go like, hey, you should do this too.
Mm-hmm.
No, I get that. I get that.
Yeah, we understand.
Yeah.
There was no upsetedness. It was more, we're just worried about you.
Yeah,
we care
because it's
about
like,
you.
oh no,
Yeah,
does Boingo
exactly.
think we're doing 9:30? Is that like we were?
It worked
Yeah, that
out,
was
though.
what we were thinking was probably the case. It's like, oh no, we weren't clear about the last week was just a one-time thing.
Right. It's cool. That just means I get to do. That's right. Recap 2.
Electric Boogaloo.
Yeah.
Recap, boo.
So basically.
Right. So, long story short, you're about to wrestle a frog.
Yes.
Now I will let Pan do the full recap.
Yeah. Basically, you guys finished up your conversation with Mr. Light, in particular, who you guys picked up. Does not know about this sort of elven trickster, but when they started mentioning about a frog, he got incredibly defensive about that. And in particular, when talking about a frog and seeing that you noticed it last session, Chat got a natural 20 and noticed a sadness in his eyes as he mentioned that. And right now, you guys are setting up a trap to attempt to capture the frog. Well, Grits is being out as bait, and planning the famed wrestler to go in and attempt to grapple the frog, to capture Frog. And right now, the frog has just been summoned.
Zeb was fucking zonked the fuck out, apparently. He's wondering how the fuck he got here.
I mean, it's like just 4 a.m. in game, because again, this happens like starting at 8 o'clock and lasts for 8 hours, and you were beating the shit out of. Like, it's super fucking valid.
Yeah, exactly.
But Grizz, as you summon a frog, and people seem pretty scarce as they're going towards the big top for the final grand event, they seem to go, "Oh, you have found the boy. You have found a child, or someone without wings. That is good. That is good. I too have found the best rock in the river. Would you like a peek before you show me where the child is?"
He's so stunned about getting a sneak peek at the rock. He doesn't say anything.
Doesn't say anything. Davey?
Shit, I was muted.
No!
Same.
Grizz says, of course, I want to see what I'm getting out of this. I want to know that you've got a good rock, not just any rock.
Of course. They do like a little croaky laugh that I attempted to do, but realized I can't do it in a loud enough volume.
I could do it for you.
Oh,
You wanna croak
please,
it?
of course. Oh, that's perfect. That's perfect and gurgly.
You're welcome. I'm good at gurgles.
And they pull out a rock you would not think you would find in a river. It is it's a very smooth rock, almost like a pearl. It's got a nice sort of like blue gleam to it, almost like the river itself. And they just go, "Of course, this should be yours once I see who I must obtain."
Oh, that is a very good rock. I am... Oh, it's too good for what I had planned. But...
Nonsense. No rock is too good for a helper like me. After all, you asked for the best rock in this river.
Chris,
Just looks...
like, come on, guys. Chat, this is your cue.
I'm gonna ask you to roll. I'm gonna ask you to roll deception to how convincing is this? As you're like, maybe.
Okay. I'm bad at talking to people.
All right.
But I rolled well.
I will roll its insight. How good is its insight? Okay. Oh. It sees you like, you know, oh, that's...
It sees Grizz, like, eyes, like, go over to the stones. Yeah. And it definitely, like, realizes that Grizz is waiting for something to happen over there.
As you do that, they put the rock back into, they sort of lower their arm to put the rock presumably in their pocket, and they just go, "But a moment, child." And they zip by super fast. And Zebediah, Chat, and Fiverr, you feel a gust of wind as there's like a quick blur flying around before it goes back into the river almost without a splash, as if nothing happened. And they just go, their eyes sort of narrow at you and just go, "My child, I did not presume yourself to be a trickster. I guess this rock shall not be yours." Oh fuck, you're gonna cast Entangle!
Yes!
Cut my... as he says this, I need to describe what is about to happen.
Yeah!
Okay, so, as he says this, Grizz is still waiting for everyone, but sees that he's going to have to initiate. Grips his stick tightly in one hand. And the river vines, or the river plant life, reach up to grab at a frog, and I become bear.
Oh fuck, wait, can you wild shape and cast a spell?
A wild shape is a bonus action if you're
fuck.
a Circle of the Moon
Right,
druid.
I will drop bear.
Just landed all bear.
Like a fool. And I will give you... First off, bear is huge. I will make bear smaller.
Bear is not only large, not huge.
Alright, I will give you control over bear.
I have control of bears, yes.
Wait.
Is
Oh,
druid.
Wait. Oh, okay, there it is. Alright.
Yes.
I will roll for its strength check, because you have pulled off a surprise round, because you surprised me, the DM, with that power move. And then I'll ask for everyone to roll initiative.
Initiative time.
Initiative? Alright.
What is your spell save DC?
My spell save DC is a 14.
Ooh, it barely fails.
Ha ha ha! He is restrained then.
Yeah.
Entangle is the best spell.
Alright. I will roll initiative for a frog.
Since I'm a bear right now, my initiative is actually going to be 2 less than what I rolled.
Alright.
I didn't have my token selected like a fool.
No, I'm going with that original 11 because you rolled that first.
Yeah. No, I'm fixing it, so it should be a 9.
Also, I'm gonna have
Bears
Fiverr
don't have a
be
dexterity bonus.
0.5 because I know Fiverr has better initiative because Jesus Christ. This bunny rabbit.
Oh yeah, duh.
super high
I forget I
energy
have
form.
the extra things. My first time playing Rabbit.
Alright, so... Oh, it has to make a
That's gonna
strength
be-
check. Okay.
2.
Cool.
Frog Boy has a +6 on initiative? Oh boy.
I mean, it's got +6, but it's got shit strength.
Yeah, apparently.
So, let's see if it has a chance to get out. Oh fuck! Okay, it stays in there thanks to its penalties. You can tell this.
Yes.
Oh fuck! No, you really fucked it up. This frog is like squirming, and it's like squirming in like an unnatural, like jittery fastness. Like for us people of the modern day, it sort of looks like someone has like sped up the frog up like 2 times speed on a YouTube video. But the frog is just like it's trying to move fast and it's trying to use its like hops to do it, but it can't get a good holding for its feet.
This frog be looking like a jank TikTok.
This frog is the reason why I have anxiety and don't like watching TikTok.
Yeah.
TikTok is one of the most anxious things I've seen.
I have it permanently on mute.
Smart. Alright, Grizz.
Okay. I have an important rules question.
Alright.
Technically, grappling requires hands. Technically, rules is written. Can I grapple with a bite? Like, can I attempt to impose the grapple condition instead of deal damage with a bear bite?
I would say yes if you were a wolf or something that can actually make people prone, like a wolf or a tiger. Because that's how I sort of imagine why the prone condition happens then.
Right.
Unless the bear doesn't have anything for prone.
It does not.
I'm gonna say no. But keep
Okay.
that in mind more
Next
of,
up.
say, something tank.
Right.
I mean,
Next
I
time
wrestled
I
it.
will remember do a tiger or a wolf if I want to grapple someone.
I mean,
So,
Jeb
in that
wrestled a bear
case-
once.
Yeah.
That's
It just
my
means
gut
that he
feeling
grappled the bear,
mechanically.
not that the bear grappled. Okay, no problem. In that case, Grizz is going to like jump. I guess I'm gonna have to get into the water with the frog. So I'm gonna do that, and I'm gonna start like swatting a frog around, not intending to maim, only intending to knock the sense out of.
Right, to beat the shit out of, but not to kill.
Yes. So a
Both of
16 with
those
both
just
both
hit.
attacks. All right. So the bite does 1d8 plus 4, and the claws do 2d6 plus 4. Okay. Total of 18 damage.
Oh, you know the frog had 10 hit points?
Okay, so Fiverr like jumps in and beats the frog about, and then like drag him out of the water.
As a frog is being beaten the shit out of, it just croaks, "Sister, avenge me," and then it just fades into oblivion. As it does.
Sad bear sounds.
As they do this, out of out behind the carousel, a little, what looks like a shadow creeping in, rises up and sort of has like the shadow of a, sort of like an old trapeze actor with the face of the moon, with sort of a moon mask on it. And I heard the cries of a frog and is willing to assist. They will have their own, I will roll their initiative because the frog is out of initiative.
That's one way of saying knock the fuck out.
Well, they're not fucking dead. Also, there's that block on the book and I have to look it up? So I wouldn't be surprised. Yep, I have to look this one up because it's very indecisive about which ones are, you know, just in the monster manual, or we'll give this to you.
That's their version of IRL DRM.
Alright, so take this out. Nope, I have to roll their initiative manually. Oh fuck, they're gonna be basically same turn. They're basically gonna be at the top of initiative, just like Frog. Which honestly right now is the last thing it needs. I will delete Frog from initiative because Frog is knocked the fuck out. Alright. Fiverr, you have seen this frog get beaten the shit out of by Grizz, who has become what he has been named after, a grizzly bear. And then you see this
fully grown grizzly bear. I want to add.
Right, it's a young. But then you see this shadow person come out of the ground, presumably to avenge its frog sister. What do?
Me, right?
You?
Or did you... Ooh. Alright, I want to protect Grizz, so I'm going to use my hoppin'.
Hoppin'?
My rabbit hop. Oh, wait, no, hold on, let me measure things first. I'm over here.
And
actually,
I will
don't...
say, because there's no battle map here, I'm gonna be pretty loose with measurements. Like, as long as it sounds feasible, I'll allow it.
Okay, well, is it okay if I move my token here near the rocks? Because I totally forgot to do that.
Sure.
Because that's where Fiverr would be hiding. And loose, like it says about a little over the 5 feet, but I bet like scale-wise from these rocks to the river, yeah, so 10 feet. And it's over here, so that's actually I was measuring to Frog, but shadow over here.
No, you can reach it. You can reach it with hops.
I would like to put myself next to Grizz in preparation for being able to flank Shadow if Shadow goes towards Grizz, and I'm like right. Let me get to thingy. If I'm like right here on the other side of the river, we could team up and do a good.
All right. Well, I will say.
I won't need to use my rabbit hop.
If you want to hop there, you could do a sneak attack.
Oh.
Because you would be near a front. You will be 5 feet within.
All right. Well, then I will hop. Fiverr's gonna poise himself, crouch down a little, put a hand on the ground, and really get spring loaded, and bound on over. Bah. Next to Grizz across the river, just fully leap over that water.
Alright.
And, prepare. Hold on. Because the quarterstaff's probably was on his back when he's like.
Yeah, you can use
like,
that.
it's a walking stick, but. Keeping that out.
And again, if you wish.
I do want to attempt to attack because this seems like something very strange, and I've ever heard the words avenge, and I'm like, no, you're not going to avenge.
No, please stop any of that.
I'm gonna pre-avenge for Grizz.
You ain't no Tony Stark.
And do a
You
swipe
get him,
with
Dad.
the quarterstaff. Thanks, Grizz, and then do a swipe down, like raise up and then come down from as he's hopping, like full hop, and then quarterstaff readied and lands in front of the shadow person and swings quarterstaff on its head.
All right. Well, let's see if it attacks. Let's see if it hits. Ooh.
Aww.
As you swoop down, the shadow sort of goes down as well into the ground, and then like basically does a teleports behind you maneuver, sort of hovering around your own shadow.
Ooh.
You notice that your shadow
Good to know.
seems to sort of go away from it, as if it is like, I don't want to mess with this shadow.
Heard of being afraid of your own shadow, but your shadow being afraid of other things?
Whoa!
Chat. So, my first thought for chat is, chat would more or less run straight at the shadow person and draw his quarterstaff from sticks. It's actually on a side loop on his belt. Almost as though it would be somewhere where someone might put like a sword.
Aww! Like,
And-
oh my god, imagine it's like a little wooden sword, even though I know it's not a wooden sword.
It pulls a small shield from behind the cloth on his back for his like jacket, and has a small shield and just gets in between the shadow and the frog,
Alright.
and just is ready, because I believe donning a shield takes an action.
I'll let you for cool boy points. I'll say you just do that. Because, you know what? Rule of cool.
Yeah.
Rule of cool.
Yeah. So if you want to
Oh, so I just do that, and I can do a smacky.
Yeah, because I think, unless you're having like, because I don't know, with me usually, I played with shields, it's like, you have them unless like, you want to use like a different, like a two-handed weapon. In that case, you can say like, alright, I'm not going to have the AC benefit. That's like the whole thing.
I'm giving it my whack stick.
Ooh, you whack! Roll damage.
And I am going to, because I've been itching to do
You're gonna
this.
do the thing? You're gonna do the funny paladin thing?
I'm gonna do the thing. I'm gonna burn a first level spell slot to do a smite. So this will be, I believe, 1d8. Oh gosh. 1d6 plus 1 for bludgeoning.
Okay.
And the bonus for the smite. Oops.
Wait.
2d8. Okay.
Add another. Yeah, add an additional d8 to this. So this will be a 3d8. Oh my god, this would have taken it out without the, So, as you go down, first of all, how does your smite look like?
It's subtle at first, almost like a waving. You know the way the air kind of gets when it gets really hot, and it sort of ripples,
Oh, yeah.
but increases with speed.
Oh.
Almost to the point that if I could reflavor it, it would be force, or it comes off as force until it connects and just has a shine.
So like you speed it, you get like the kinetic force to make the stick basically to a glow stick. As instead of snapping the stick, you snap the shadow. As like your initial like bonk was like seemed to phase through. The glow afterwards just radiates all over the shadow. The shadow cannot scream due to it have no vocal cords, but you see a silent scream beneath the mask, like a jaw sort of unhinges beneath it, as it immediately descends back into the dark ether of the night. It is completely murked.
Wow.
Yeah, no, yeah, this thing had 16 hit points and is resistant to a lot of shit, but not to radiant.
Oh my god.
So, unlike a frog, this one does disappear. Also, unlike a frog, it does not call for help. So now, you have an unconscious frog.
Zebediah is still in the fighting pose, just waiting for something else to pop out.
If you want, you could do a perception check to see if there's others around.
Yeah, let me do one of them. Hold on. I don't want to get
Riz
that.
knows not to start eating until you know that there are no scavengers about.
That was an accident. I'm not casting that.
All clear.
You were just like, frog is obtained.
Yes. Riz will pull the frog out onto the shore.
Let me check something real quick for Zeb. Zebediah.
I guess I will stop concentrating on entangle so that he's
Alright, just
free.
splotches onto the bridge, I presume. Zebediah, you notice that right now it seems pretty empty again. You know, around the end of the evening is when the crowning of the Witchlight Monarch happens, and it's sort of like a final hurrah to see like who's essentially the best boy, like the best attendee. And oddly enough, you do see someone who's out right now. And let me get out their icon. Oh wait, I get why I'm not doing it, because I'm on the wrong window. Because I'm a dummy. It's okay, I mean that lovingly to myself.
Good.
Good.
Just a little self-dappy as a treat.
I can jokingly bully myself how I would jokingly bully others. Or are they?
Yeah.
No. Please. No. Please. No. Please. No. Oh, I get it, because I wasn't looking alphabetically.
Ooh.
You gotta observe that through the Dewey Decimal System.
Oh, yeah. You do see... You do see a child that looks like to have the back of a mask. All you can see is sort of like little, presumably pink ears due to the fact of the pink coloring and like the triangular shapes. They seem to be sort of stumbling their way past the big top further down. Other than that, that's the only thing that stands out as kind of odd. Like, the only other individual you see out here in the carnival that is not usually attending.
But would that stumbling be considered drunken stumbling, or I'm trying to get away and I'm being clumsy stumbling?
Definitely clumsy. Not quite drunk. Like, maybe, like, having a limp kind of stumbling. Definitely not in a big rush.
This is a dumb question.
Yeah.
But is there some kind of thing where if you summon a shadow creature and you hurt it, it will hurt the person who summoned it?
Roll an Arcana check. Roll an arcana check to know about JoJo lore.
Does stand work here?
You have not fought with a lot of shadow things to know that. It sounds cool in your head, though. Fiverr, shadow thing lore.
I wish it didn't put my name, but I'm like taking every opportunity to document what each roll is for.
But yeah, you're not quite sure. All you can really see is sort of the back of the head. They do seem pretty small, like probably a child.
They have the wing.
Let me actually see if they have the wings or not, because you would be able to see that. Have to go to other side book. They do not. They do have a comedically large lollipop, though.
That is a sign of fucking villainy.
You aren't wrong.
I do it quietly. I just like, kind of like smack those who are around me, who like to kind of like look. Hey, look at that real quick. Am I being rude or is that suspicious?
Fiverr looks and goes, I mean, they're wearing a mask. They don't have wings, do they? Do I need to make a perception check for that, or would my passive?
I think that's something when you like when you just see her and like notice it. That's something pretty apparent.
Okay.
And again, they do look like, probably like, maybe, like, 12-ish, just by the size. Probably, they don't seem like stocky enough to be like a dwarf, or, very short enough to be like clearly a gnome or halfling. So like it's presumably human child.
Well, I see it, but I don't know. I don't know if it's something we should take care of now. What do you think? Maybe you go check it out and we take care of this, or how you want to handle it?
Yeah, I was just thinking. Zeb puts on his biggest and most important, like, I work here voice, and walks up and goes like, "Hey, kid, you missing your parents? You missing your guardian?"
Alright, I'm just gonna check something real quick. Don't mind me, I'm just checking the tone real quick. You know.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
But for the totally innocuous lollipop girl.
Yeah! I will say it's tangentially related. Right, so...
It's canon now. Lollipop equal evil.
Mm-hmm.
But, see, here's the thing. If it was like a sucker, like the size of a dum-dum, nah, that's not evil.
No, this is like the full-on round lollipop and everything.
You know, that noise doesn't endear confidence.
So, you walk up towards this child, and you go like the, "Hey, where's your parents?" Talk, right?
In a kind voice of like, "Hey, I'm worried about you. You're a little kid. You're lost around these parts. You need a guardian."
This kid turns around towards you, and they have like a mischievous smile on their face. Their skin looks blue, from presumably the nose down, and she just goes like, "Oh yeah, I think I asked you the same question a while ago." Though you were a lot smaller back then.
Now, miss.
Now, sir.
Look, I have had my head caved in a little bit today, and I'm getting a little loopy. I just want to make sure I heard you correctly. You said that to me at one point in time?
Mm-hmm. Let's see. Ma, you've grown up quite a bit. I would say you probably looked more like me last time I saw you. But you don't remember, do you?
I hazard to say I couldn't, I can't remember.
Well, that's good. Maybe I can make that happen again. But that is if you want that. She keeps on walking.
What to do?
I will say you can tell her course. She is walking towards the Hall of Illusions, which is a mirror house.
I will chalk this up as a very weird situation and head back to the crew and just go like, yo, shit may be a little wacky, bro.
Ivor chimes in, everything here is kind of wacky, yo.
Chris is still a bear and is just like standing there with like one paw like on Frog in case Frog wakes up, and he just kind of like growls inquisitively.
I will say, you knocked that frog really damn good. Unless you want to try something, I will say the frog is very unawake.
Mm-hmm.
I relay to the crew the experience I just had with the very obvious weirdo fucked up thing.
with this strange child.
So that's what I just experienced. I know they're heading toward the mirror house. That thing seems to be knocked the fuck out.
Oh, what was the charisma for?
In order to mime the concept, should I go and bear this person back to you?
I see.
Well, see, here's the thing, Grizz. I like where your mind's at. Why don't we all go do this together? Because I'm hazarding to guess that if I went there alone, I could get tricked real easily. Because already tonight I have been knocked on my game with looking at shit. Thinking back to the haunted house ride.
Then Grizz will like bite onto like this piece of the frog's clothing and like fling the frog onto his back, ready to follow Zeb.
As you fling it over, the tongue is like comedically flopped over. As if
How long is the tongue?
Yeah.
How long is the tongue?
Let me roll a d12. It is about 7 inches long.
Damn, it's not long enough.
No.
I was gonna say, yo, can we use the tongue to tie up their hands?
I mean, I think I have
Honestly,
some
I'd be down. I think that's actually very funny, and I would allow this.
That way, even if they wake up, A, they can't scream for help. That's real funny.
Tongue-tied.
Good point, good point. I don't want to waste my rope if I got tongue.
Status condition tongue-tied.
Wonderful.
Alright. So you have tongue-tied the frog. And you guys are going to collectively go up to the Hall of Mirrors.
Yes.
Yep.
We want to help where we can.
We ain't Scooby-Doo. We ain't splitting up the gang.
You guys are playing D&D correctly then.
This is better than my Friday night group. I had to play them the song the other week.
Oh, what song did you have to play them?
The Don't You Know You Never Split the Party.
Oh, that.
Yeah, there was an assassin vine, and everyone was scattered to three ends of the dungeon. It was a mess.
See, only time I've
They lived, but you know.
See, the one time in Mad Mage I've had a party split was when the wizards wanted to go on a Revenant side quest to enable his murder fantasy. They basically had like a split session we call Wizard Friday.
Yeah.
Because it was a Friday, and it's like, yep, the wizards are gonna fuck shit up. They did very well for their little split session before meeting up with everyone else. But it was just like the idea, like, yep, let the three wizards go.
I just had a thought, and I just want to say it so I don't forget it, and it disappears into the ether. A subclass of wizard that live on the beach called Wizards of the Coast.
I mean, it should be there. It should. I don't know why they haven't made one yet. They haven't
It's
made
funny
that an official subclass.
Because Boingo said the thing. He said the D&D company thing.
Roll credits.
Roll credits.
And every year they have a get-together called the Magic the Gathering.
Well, as you
Where's
do
my
that,
face palm emote?
as you guys walk up, first off, the first thing you notice is there is a wooden mannequin of a grinning, raven-haired young woman in a witch attire with the green flowing cape hovering inside a glass cabinet. At the top of the cabinet, the sign reads, Tasha, the wizard known for her hideous laughter. Will you simply just proceed into the hall?
Does Zeb know any tricks for the Hall of Mirrors?
You know, some people find this statue to be very funny. But other than that, you know, like, if the minecart is, like, scary as fuck, this is more trippy. Like, the further you go in, it's sort of like, you know, like, sometimes you start, like, you see yourself younger when you're in there, and you see yourself what you'll supposedly look like in your older years? Other than that, maybe roll a history check to see if you'll know some spice.
We like spice.
8, yeah, no, you don't know anything else other than, like, yeah, it's kind of funky, but, like, otherwise it's fine. But as you do go in and pass this wooden statue of a Tasha, I am gonna have you all roll a wisdom saving throw. Alright. Alright.
Where's my wisdom? There it is.
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh no.
Oh.
No, I'm not very wise. I
I was like,
I'm the
oh, good,
father.
we're all gonna make it, and then no.
I'm supposed to be the wise one, the father figure, but my son is so much wiser than me.
Fiverr, you see this totem of the witch, and you read sort of the inscription, and nothing seems funny, but then, like, you look towards the frog, and you see just how its tongue is flopped open, and something just sort of comes over you as you just start laughing as hard as you ever have. And, like, it's not a pleasant laugh. Like, you're doing, like, some snorts, some, like, coughing as you laugh, like it is it's like when you have the really bad case of the giggles, and, like, maybe what you saw was initially funny, but, like, you just can't stop laughing?
Oh.
Fiverr, you have a certified Joker moment? Can Fiverr move?
Fiverr is prone. Like they're rolling on their side, laughing.
Grizz is like looking all around to try and figure out what's funny.
Roll a humor check. No,
I don't get it.
Found.
Would Fiverr be okay if I pick them up and put them on my shoulders so we can move into the...
Yeah,
Fiverr's just waving his hands like, yes, like, gesturing, something's wrong.
A little bit after you get picked up, it sort of calms down. Like, after a minute passes, like, when you're like, okay. Oh, I don't know what happened there.
I'll keep holding Fiverr so they can get their breath back.
Yeah. I will say, Fiverr, when you were down there, roll, like, a quick perception check.
Alright.
Alright, I'll roll funny dice.
Aww.
Oh, dude, the grass.
Funny.
You know what? You think the grass is pretty funny.
And the grass!
Funny.
But is it funny grass?
You didn't slip me some of the stuff from the tree guy, did you? Okay, no, I can handle this. Grass.
After the laughter has subsided,
Oh man. Oh, what was that?
The door to the Hall of Illusions is open. Zebediah, you do know that usually out here is a little fairy known as Candlefoot, but he doesn't seem to be out right now, which is odd. I do know he also did try to propose to a mermaid today, and that didn't end up well, so don't know if that has to do with it.
But is the entryway open? Like, we don't need...
It's like open, and like to you, it's just odd because you know someone would be attending it even at this hour. Funny grass moment.
Fiverr certified Joker moment. I'll keep that in mind as we step in through and keep my left hand on the wall of the maze.
Well, I will say it's not a maze, it is a hallway.
Okay.
It supposedly is not tricky. As you walk on in, things feel a little different. You sort of feel that sense of the fantastical sort of feel a bit more heightened in here. It doesn't feel quite like, usually the carnival has like its own merriment, but here it's got like, it's a little enhanced. You feel like you're not just like, you don't feel like you're at home in Kansas anymore when you're in this hallway. And like, you felt this a few times, Zebediah, but like, it's like one of those things, like, when you recognize it, you know it, you know? And this is like, oh, yeah, this is weird when I go in here. As you walk through, you see these, like, tall mirrors that sort of are inside of it. And first thing that you see, like, some of the first mirrors, show, they sort of show reflections of you, but as really small kids. Tell me, what does the gang look like as 4-year-olds, as like little kids?
Fiverr's kind of got like a unkempt fur, like kind of wild child fur.
Mm-hmm.
As I am presently bare, I assume I look like a bear cub.
Actually,
Aw.
no. I will probably say it probably looks like you as a bear cub when you were being taken care of by your mama bear.
Oh.
Mm-hmm. Grizz will stop and stare at the bear cub in the mirror.
That definitely looks a little bit, proportion-wise, while a lot shorter, a bit more full, like there's a little bit of extra weight. He doesn't look as scraggly.
Right, they have a bit more something going on there.
There's a gloss to the feathers that are now kind of a bit more gray at the ends. And the one thing that chat is definitely looking at the most is holding up his left hand and looking at the reflection in the mirror with all 5 fingers, or all 4 fingers. I forget how many Kenku have.
Bird amount, I'd say.
A bird amount?
A bird amount.
Okay, well I had a bird amount -1.
Right, yeah, I forgot you had no pinky.
Yakuza bird?
Oh, sad bird.
Sad bird.
No.
Little tiny Zebediah is like, here's the best way to describe it. He's like one of those little redneck children that all they do is play outside, and you have to force them to take a goddamn bath.
Yeah.
But they always look like they're dirty. He has like no hair. It is a buzz cut. It is just peach fuzz all over his head.
Oh.
And he's missing his front tooth.
Of course he is. I will say, because I think it's spiciest that chat gets this, because you did mention the lack of finger. You see in your reflection that finger back, and you hear a voice just go, "Wouldn't it be great to have it once again?" And you see like a little glimmer of a pig mask sort of floating on by, almost like a quick mist, as it leaves that sort of reflection just for a moment.
That definitely made chat's eyes go wide at the pig mask specifically floating by. I don't know if he'd follow. He'd definitely, I think, walk in that direction. Yeah. Just apropos of nothing.
As you walk on by, you see like another mirror showing you like a few years later, and you seem a lot happier in this reflection. Maybe not, as happy before you met the person. I'm not quite sure when that happened, but you definitely don't seem like you've been in the rut you have been in the last few years. Here you seem happy and sort of like what a child should be. And you sort of see that, you sort of get a clearer image, a little bit of a, like, blurry, like they're out of focus. Just going, and hearing that voice in your head again, going, "You can have this. You always could have. I can just help you."
What do you offer?
She, one of their hands, become clearer, and they sort of, like, do that, like, have their index finger laid out to curl it back as if, like, a, "come here."
I'm gonna follow, but just enough to see.
Mm-hmm. As you get closer, the girl gets closer as well. So she only comes as close as you're willing to come closer. And she just goes, I can make you get who you lost. We can give back what you've lost. And she has like, she sort of has like her pinky removed and puts it back onto her hand. All you gotta do is come onto the other side.
Does anybody
Chat's
else
thinking.
see it or hear anything? Sorry.
Everyone else would just see chat having a moment.
I'll wait to see what chat does before I intervene. If anything like seems dangerous that would happen to chat, I would intervene then.
Does it seem like an emotionally sensitive moment?
I don't know, chat. What would you say?
Incredibly, I'm completely split.
Zebediah just wants to put a hand on the shoulder, not so much as to pull him away, just more of like, hey, no matter what you're doing, no matter how you're feeling, there are people here with you.
Yeah.
Cat looks back to Zeb and back at his own hand in front of him, not in any of the mirrors, and gives an affirming nod.
Oh, to the girl?
To Zebediah.
All right, just
I wasn't certain if the girl was still there or not.
You see her. Zeb does not seem to see her like you do. Like, to Zeb, he only sees himself. Around that age. Only you see this. So what will you do about it?
Find my way. And this might be a bit brash and I probably shouldn't, but chat's gonna smack the mirror behind the girl.
Ooh! Alright.
Never really put away my stick.
I do know glass has an AC.
Yes.
19? Yeah, you smash that mirror. And you just hear a little from that girl as Zebediah, you see out from the shattered remains of the mirror, there's sort of like a glimmer that catches your eye, and you look towards a mirror behind you. You see yourself a little older, probably around the time you joined the circus. And there you also see the same girl, and goes like, now, why can't you remember me? Oh, that's a real shame. You seem really excited to be here. Maybe it's because you decided to run away and join the circus. Maybe if you run away with me, you'll remember why you did.
Zeb just looks at the mirror and goes, I know why I ran away. I got people here that were interesting. It's been fun. Any information you might have, I could probably find some other way.
I don't think you can find what was lost without me.
I don't know. I tend to have a way of speaking truth to power.
That's real funny. It's almost like you were made that way. After all, it's not like you can't speak the truth. I should know. She takes a little bite out of her lollipop. There's like jagged little bite marks.
Hey,
Hi.
as long as I know when to shut the fuck up, like Mr. Light tells me to, I'm fine. Like, to me, Zebediah is putting two to two together. Oh, is this why I can't fucking lie?
Yeah.
But, like, to Zeb, it's just been, like, a minor hiccup in his life. It's never been, like, an issue. So it's like, why the fuck do I want to lie now? I'm fine, whatever.
I don't want to commit crime. I don't want to lie.
I don't want to be a bad guy.
Yeah, it's been actually kind of a benefit.
She crunches her lollipop a little bit and just goes, "Aw, that's a shame. Well, be a bigger shame if your life in the circus here had an unfortunate end. After all," she smiles, "I know your bosses too." And she seems to fade away from that reflection.
Oh shit, can the bosses not lie either?
As you sort of whisper that, I'm curious, have Viver and Grizz sort of moved, like, further on, or are they stayed around their same general point?
Fiverr noticing that they're having conversations to themselves, not experiencing what they're experiencing, is very curious and would stay and want to know more and be like, "Are y'all alright? This is... I mean, mass hallucination is a thing, but it's rare."
Grizz is, of course, just following everyone, but is confused and is like, I thought we were chasing somebody, and now everyone's staring at mirrors. But Grizz can't communicate this because he is a bear.
As you're the one sort of like a bit confused, having a little less direction, you hear your bare ears sort of pick up as you get a little psst, psst, from behind you. You see a blue hand sort of wave out from about 2 to 3 meters away from everyone else.
Well, nothing suspicious going on over there. I bet I'll go investigate. I will follow.
As you sort of follow, the reflection sort of like cinematically, like there's a shot from like one in the perspective of one of the walls as you sort of move through, and it sort of has like one from you as a bear to like what you normal Fiverr would look like, say like when or Grizz was like when Fiverr found you, and when you look towards the pic to this mirror, you sort of see like an older version of your human self. What does Grizz sort of imagine himself looking in about like 4 years?
I'm not sure how much of a conception that he would have, but if it's based on his imaginations, he probably sees himself, taller, stronger, and dressed like the druid, which taught him how to speak. So he probably sees himself like taller, stronger, fitter, with a beard, and dressed in like druid clothing.
You see this
But then also with Fiverr's bow tie.
Aww.
You see the girl like sort of walk on in and do like a "oh, I didn't see you there" kind of look, like sort of feigning surprise
I'm just imagining it sounding like Scott the Woz. Hey there!
I didn't see you. But she sort of goes like, oh, this looks nice. Though, I guess that's what happens when you know a dad. But I don't think you knew what happened if you went to the other side. She sort of flips her lollipop around. Her lollipop no longer has bites in it. And it shows a different fight. It shows a different Grizz. The mirror sort of like warps a bit. You still have like the same general features of being taller, having a beard, but instead of like the bow tie or the druid crap, you have like sort of like a blacksmith attire. Like you got like an apron on, you've got like some nice like really cool gloves, you got like some cool goggles and everything, and she does like a little whistle, which I'm gonna say because I myself can't whistle. Thank you. And she goes, wow. Now of course I know you're like being, you know, the big strong animal self, but you really missed out on the life you could have had. You know, after all, you could have been making and using so many cool weapons. I think, oh, I can see it. She sort of like has like yourself sort of warp again. Yeah, no, I see it. Pretty sure this was the suit of armor you were gonna make for yourself when you were gonna start adventuring. But instead, you become a pet. Now, wasn't that a shame? I know you see him as a father. That's sweet, really. But how much do you think he really sees you as their son? And not just a cute little pet?
Grizz will growl at the mirror.
Oh, right! I forgot. A silly pet can't talk now, can it? Even if it is a big, strong, seeing eye bear.
Grizz becomes boy. I can talk plenty.
Oh, you can? Well, it's pretty hard to hear you over here. I don't know. She sort of like gestures over her pig ears. Are you sure? Because all I'm hearing are little barks and whelps.
That's all I have to say to you.
Oh, come now. That's it? Oh, I get it. It's because you're on your little leash. You're not afraid to go beyond your leash, are you, boy? Are you?
I go wherever I want. I want to stay with Fiverr.
Well, that's a funny little lie. After all, you saw all you really want right now, being nothing more than a little pet, is to be fed well, get some back scritches, and anyone could do that. Besides, you don't know what you're missing out on, do you?
What do you mean?
Well, you've only known someone who's always been lost, and you've had to be the one guiding them. And that's nice and all, for a little while. But you also don't know what kind of life you were supposed to have. Instead, you're just some animal. But I know the person that should have raised you. But alas, you decided to be a pet instead.
What do you mean? Person I was supposed to be.
Exactly what I meant. Of course, I could let you know more. She sort of reaches out her hand. I can show you myself.
Why should I trust you?
Well, I don't know. Why should you be a pet?
What are you doing with Frog? a frog. What are you doing here?
Oh, you got one of my sisters. He laughs at this, and it's like enjoying seeing this frog flopped about in this sort of, at this point, probably just on the ground, like just on your back.
Yeah, because I'm no longer bear,
Yeah.
so frog just kind of fell to the ground.
Oh.
With their hands tied with their tongue.
Yeah.
Yeah, they are still tongue-tied.
Aw, that's so cute. Ah. Well, I can only tell you if you come along. You know, I will say, she's a real stinker and a pet too, unlike me.
Grizz shakes his head. I don't know what you're talking about, and I'm not going anywhere with you. Now come out of that mirror, and let's talk.
Well, I am talking to you, and that's going nowhere. Oh, I get it. Maybe I'll have to get your owner instead. That would be nice, right? I can be their own seeing eye pet. And you, well, wouldn't it be ironic if you're the one lost? She fades away.
Grizz is gonna pick up, is going to drag a frog, no longer having a massive bear strength. Drag a frog back to the others and try and find Fiverr. I assume that they will be too late to warn Fiverr before they arrive.
Now, Fiverr, you're sort of with Chat and Zed while that was happening, correct?
Yeah, I was trying to make sure they were okay. From his perspective, they're having hallucinations, and he's doing doctor stuff and observing and being like, "Okay, what's going on? Tell me.
You're sort of
how does that make you feel?"
As you're sort of like doing that, how are you making you feel? Maybe examining their eyes. You notice in the corner, like you see it in a reflection of a reflection, like behind the mirror, like where Zeb was looking. You see a reflection that bounces off to another mirror, a little further back. It's got like, looks like someone's peeking at you, curiously.
I turned to look. It's intriguing.
Similar to with Grizz, there's a little handout. It's got a lollipop. And the lollipop seems to have a little something hanging from it. You can't quite tell yet. Not unless you get closer.
I do get a little closer because this is not norm. I still want to like be aware of what everyone else is doing, but dividing my attention between the two.
As you get a little closer, you see what looks like a little X that says, "You are here." Seems to be a form of a location. Or a sort of a ground, like on a map. It's got that hanging off the lollipop.
Fiverr leans in, his head just a little closer and goes, "What is this?"
That's a good question. Out of the mirror next to you, you see like the girl looking down at you, hands at hips, also interested. She does not have her lollipop right now. And she goes, "Oh, I think I found it. Seems like a little bit of your direction's there. But doesn't seem like it's all the way. It looks like you're only here. Doesn't look like you know how to go anywhere else."
Fiverr kind of like looks back and forth and has a moment of like, I mean, it's true, I never really know where to go, where things are in relation to myself. It's just something I have to deal with for me, and Grizz has always been there to help me, and I get along just fine with my friends, knowing where I need to go.
As you say this, you sort of see like you look on your own reflection. There's sort of like a little bit of an older version of yourself. What is like say 5 years? What would you imagine Fiverr looking like?
Probably like a little bit of a, not much grayer, like just starting for older age, like middle-aged kind of grain of brown fur, and like maybe a little bit more hunched. The little crow's feet on the corner of the eyes, starting to come in. Wearing pretty much the same clothes and using the same old quarterstaff for walking stick. Much needed at this age.
Yes. Oh. Now it's very cute how you found yourself a kid you had to adopt, but you haven't always had him. He just came along the way. You were just lucky. But that's only because you've been lost for how long? How many years?
Oh, well.
Oh, well.
Probably a decade. Nearing.
Oh. That's a shame. But you know what isn't? I think I know where to find it.
What do you mean?
Oh. You didn't know where your direction was this whole time?
I was just very perplexed and going, what does this even matter?
Oh, well.
I have allies. We work better together anyway. I can rely on people. Who can you rely on? Mirrors? Illusions?
Oh. You're not wrong, but many other people do the same. I mean, you're doing it right now. Lying is kind of an illusion, isn't it?
It serves its purpose.
It does, doesn't it? Now, I will say, I can show you where it is. She does like a little, oh wait, let me find it. Yeah, she shows you, like, a little bit of a reflection of, like, a cloudy mountaintop with, like, various suns and moons, like, almost like signs made of metal, just, like, plastered over the mountains and everything. Now, I can tell you, I've got friends who can help you, too. And, well, you're never gonna find him here. And I'm not exaggerating. This isn't even a lie or an illusion. She makes that, like, fade away. It's the truth. And the only way you're gonna find it is if you want it, if you give only an inch of trust to me.
Ira thinks for a moment, goes, I don't know you. I put my trust in those who have shown it to be earned. If you trust somebody you don't know, they might take advantage of you. And he steps back from the mirror.
Well, I'm sorry you think that way. Besides, you're not gonna help any of your friends either. I think that's the worst part of all.
Fiverr breaks the mirror with his quarterstaff.
As you do, there's sort of like, at the end of the Hall of Mirrors, she sort of, she walks on out, just plain as day, just sort of doing another tisk, 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 tisk. None of you are no fun. All you want to do is beat up old mirrors and say no to a little girl like me. And I'm just trying to help you. She's like doing a little rocking, like heel to toe, heel to toe. Like, Jesus, I'm just a little girl. I've done nothing wrong ever.
Look, miss.
Sir.
I know when someone's playing a wool over the eye. I'm a wrestler, you see. We got to do that every week. You're not playing the whole hand in front of you. You got the deck, and we're just merely looking at 2 cards.
Well, that's how poker works, I hear. Here.
So ante up then.
Very well. Maybe I should tell it to all of you. Maybe it makes it a bit more interesting. You see, I remember... She does like a little thinking. I remember you. She points at Zebediah. And I remember... Let me check character sheets real quick. Let God view your witness. Okay, so it must be...
Don't know what you're looking for, but if you happen to be looking for Grizz's birth name, I do not know what it is.
That's not what I'm looking for.
Okay.
Okay, yeah. She goes like, but I do remember you, points at it, and I remember you, she points at, chat. I remember all of you when you were really young. Although, only one of you seems happier now. And those 2 over there. Well, you sort of spooked one of my sisters about it. Though you don't have her right now. I think she's lurking around, probably finding her way back here. But you all have, you see, you, rather as kids or adults, made your mistakes. But that's okay. You paid for them. But that doesn't mean you can't get it back. Just because they're lost doesn't mean they're lost forever. I know where they are. And if you beat me up to a pulp, well, that's not gonna help. Because then you'll just break my little throat. The only way I can help you is if you let me show you.
Miss, I remember I said ante up. That's not an ante up. That's the same cards you've been telling us the whole time.
Fire nods.
Let's see.
Because here's the thing. If you know all this information, why tell us? Why put us through all of this just to help us? If you knew this information and wanted to help us, you'd just give it to us out of the kindness of your heart. That's what a good person does.
Yeah, she wants something. Fiver readies his quarterstaff.
Me? I don't want
Just
anything.
Ma'am, I work at a carnival. I know a gang when I see one.
Oh, we're not a gang. Well, that's not what we'd call it.
Alright, fine. Let's call it what it is. It's a con and we're the marks.
Ooh, that's a fun little word. Well, if you really want to find out how you're being conned, just say these little words, and Fiver, on your lollipop, on the lollipop, a phrase starts being written on it, and I'm going to find it real quick. Where is it? Where's the funny saying? You see a little, something starts to get written down, as if, like, drawn on by an invisible pen. And it writes down a little rhyme, says, hither, tither, here and there, wander yonder, and show me where.
He looks over to the rest and says, "Hey, do you see that writing?"
Do we see the writing?
You do.
Pat isn't looking at the lollipop. He's kind of just looking dead into the girl's, like, mask. And, I've been deciding if I want to burn this.
Do it.
Oh, for
What is
burn.
it? Ooh.
Commands explain. Explain.
Okay, I'll do a wisdom saving throw, and she will, if she fails, she'll be compelled to start giving you a brief answer before she'll get her senses. Wait, I'll just.
Pat, at the same time, does not trust her, but has a taste of the thing that was lost, and that's desperate.
Mm. Oh, fuck!
Oh!
Alright.
Nice.
Then in that case, I won't let it just be 6 seconds. I'll treat this as if, like, it was a, like, say, a suggestion or something. Like, why don't you tell us? She'll go like, oh. You see, like, a glimmer in, like, the eyes.
If you could, villain monologue, please.
She will now magically compel the villain monologue at you. Oh. Very demanding there, little bird. I like it. Very well. Alantia. You see, I work for a trio of sisters, much like my own you have seen tonight. And, well, if you want to get what you lost, you'll have to go to them. Otherwise, who knows how much they'll take. In fact, I've taken at least a dozen little things here and there. And, well, if you don't stop us, what are you gonna do, wait another 8 years? So go ahead, make your choice, little goody two-shoes. You can say the little magic words on the mirror, and go ahead and play hero. Or, we can take here and there just like we've done with you. Which sounds more fun.
Would she be responsive to questions?
You don't know.
Are y'all doing this at the carnival or here in this location?
Aw, come now. Come now, you don't know? I know the boss is like keeping a good secret, but I thought you of all people would notice it eventually. Though, then again, maybe I had a few too many hits in the head.
Ivor leans in and says, I say we play the hero because the hero always wins the day.
What was that intelligence for, Grizz?
Just helping me out for a moment is deciding how I wanted to play this. And then Grizz says, You talked about mistakes, prices paid, but I don't remember.
Of course you don't. That's the beauty of it. Do you think we'd let you remember that you've made mistakes? Life's not kind like that, young man.
Ivor turns to Grizz and says, don't listen to her. Life is what we make it together.
That may be true. How long can you really find life if you're just wandering around aimlessly?
Ivor winces at her.
He smirks. Well then, what will it be? I know the carnival's getting wrapped up soon, so you gotta make your choice quick. You either gotta be the hero tonight, or you'll have to wait Oh gosh. How long?
Now, why on earth will we have to wait, though?
You
Fiverr,
don't. That's the beauty of it.
No.
If
Here's the
doing
question.
this can get your direction back, we should do it.
Ivor shakes his head and says, whatever she's offering isn't worth the companionship I found in you. Found in all of you. And he turns to all of you.
I'm imagining Zeb just knows these are fucking Fae, and you don't fuck with the Fae.
Mm-hmm.
He's been around fucking carnival shit long enough. He's just fucking nope.
No.
There's like 1,001 fucking little back doors and loopholes here. Now, truth be honest, kid, you haven't given us any reason to trust you.
Yeah, she's manipulated us this whole time.
So why don't we get on a better foot? What's your name?
Me? Well, I'm called Soapig.
And I'm imagining that's not your real name.
Well, that's what I'm called.
Right. I basically relay carny knowledge to them. Look, this is a Fae. They're fucking assholes. We don't want to fuck with them. There is a way out of this, but there is a trick to it. There has to be.
Well, it's very, I appreciate you getting a bit smart. After all, it's been a hot minute since I've heard you get that smart. But I am being honest right here. If you want to stop us from doing this anymore, all you gotta do is be hero and say the magic words and walk through a little magic mirror. Otherwise, we're gonna keep doing this.
Are they tangible?
You don't know.
Can Fiverr do an insight check to see if what she's saying
You can't.
is true, or
Yes.
if it's a deception to get us to walk through the mirror?
Roll an insight.
To say the words. Alright. Give me a moment. I'll find it. Where are you, insight? Aha!
You can't tell. You're sort of heated up right now, and there's a part of you telling you what you want to believe, and another part maybe saying what might actually be true, and you can't tell which voice is right.
Okay.
But Zebediah, you don't know if they're tangible or not. There's only one way to find out, now is there?
Okay. Is Zebediah going to fucking tackle a 12-year-old girl?
The question of the evening, fellas.
I mean, we know she's 12 plus however long you first met her.
True.
Looks are deceiving.
She's even got a mask.
Not a 12-year-old
Yeah.
girl. She's a fairy.
She could be hundreds of years old for all we know.
Now, truth be told, kid,
You really like those words, don't you?
well, they have a nice ring to them. Fucking book it. And, like, straight up spear.
Alright, are you intending to attack or do
Grapple.
anything else?
Just grapple to the ground.
Alright, I'm gonna change the music right now because this feels like a music change moment.
Look, I saw the moment the minute you came back with that retort, I was like, fuck, I gotta
I
one longer.
gotta take the shot.
Take this shot.
Mhm.
Because Zeb's fucking comfy with the fact that he can't lie. He's like, alright, no, it doesn't matter. I'm living with this.
Here, I feel like you're just like, nope. And like it just like has like a little bit of like as the music starts up, you just walk up. Just go into like a full sprint. Attempt to grapple.
So athletics?
Yes. And she will contest against her own athletics.
She is a tiny fae.
Whoa!
Nice.
So, you grapple her, and I'm going to start initiative, because that seems right, but also, I encourage players who do initiative, who do, like, genuinely surprising things, have a surprise round.
Good lord.
I had my token selected, but it didn't populate the turn order. So I'll roll,
Maybe because you
roll
were...
again. There we go.
Oof.
I rolled the same thing again. Okay, convenient.
Alright. Did I action for her? She rolled 2 solid niche. Alright, so let's see. Fiverr now has 14. Zed's got 7. And Chad is fucking
19.
going.
Oh, I'm so
Alright.
glad.
Alright,
But
Chad.
does the grapple still go through? Like I'm now
the
holding.
grapple does go through. I'm just saying, like, that was a good, like, alright. So, you grasp, and you have started the, you have started it on the right foot, as it is Chad's turn.
I love when roles are true to life, because chat, since demanding an explanation, has been grappling with getting back his mentor and following the code his mentor set out to forge an independent path and defend the people that he likes. So the moment that it breaks out into violence, chat goes into no hesitation, rushes at this
I'm being held,
child in
so
a pig mask, and just goes straight for Mac with the quarterstaff.
Alright. Let's see if that hits. That exact... Yep, you just get a good hit in. You see her, like...
hey, I gotta do one thing real quick. I'll be right back.
Alright. You do a solid bonk on her as, like, her mask gets cracked a bit. You see, like, white, like, almost a yellowish, like, ball, like, of light that would be her eyes just looks at you and grins.
I don't think chat has any words to that. That's gonna be my turn.
Alright. So, I heard Zed, I heard Boingo had to go for a little bit. I'm gonna wait till they come back because I'm gonna do something to them.
Fair and understandable.
Yeah, understandable. Have a nice day.
While we're waiting, I just want to say this has been an excellent session. So
Thank you. I really feel like I could use my expertise of both 1, playing a little girl. 2, little girl is evil. 3, play with your trauma.
Yes.
All classic things on the Pandaps checklist. But yeah, I'm glad I just got to evil villain monologue individually.
Yeah, that was nice. I'm excited to know what's beyond the mask. It cracked a little. We're gonna beat that mask up. Time to unmask.
Okay, I was wondering.
I had a. Well, while we're still waiting for Boingo, on the topic of mask, I actually had a boss in a recent campaign I was running who had a distinctive mask, and I had the mask symbolically represent like their number of legendary resistances that were left.
Ooh.
So it got more and more cracked every time they burned a legendary resistance.
That's really cool.
And I actually kind of worked. It worked well because this was a particular boss that I had designed to be like a coward, so it was like he was, and he had a lot of movement abilities, and he was going to try and escape when he got to half hit points. So my intention was that the party might have to fight him multiple times, but the damage to the mask would carry over. So instead of legendary resistances, which refresh on a rest, like they do with most legendary creatures, it would be something that they could whittle down in multiple encounters until like they break his mask, and then the monk stuns him, and he doesn't have any remaining, and then they just gank him.
Well, Mongo is gone. I'm actually gonna take a bathroom break.
Alright.
Sure thing.
Yeah.
I mean, right as I come back, but all right.
Oh
Oh, oh no.
No, that's
It
the
is
comedy.
it is the way of things.
I guess that's just the way it goes, huh?
That's the
No,
way the
wait.
cookie crumbles.
yeah, I was just thinking the same phrase.
And that's the way the cookie crumbles.
But I need to know, what kind of cookie are we dealing with? Chocolate chip? Peanut butter?
I made peanut butter cookies yesterday. They were pretty
Oh, they're the best. Peanut butter cookies are my favorite. Now I want to make some. Thank you, Katie, for the inspiration.
I
love
hope
me
you
some
have
big-
like peanut butter and stuff to make them.
Oh yes, we have. I've come to love natural peanut butter. I didn't know there was such a thing. Like I grew up on like Jif and stuff, right? Like that
Yeah, yeah.
chunkier coats, and you like try to spread it, but it breaks the bread. Kind of peanut butter, but natural peanut butter is so smooth, and that's all it is. It's peanut butter all smashed, and it's got its own natural oil. So you gotta stir
Mix it up.
the peanut butter jar every time you go to use it. But oh, it's so spreadable, and I like crunchy. Gotta have some bits of peanut in there to munch.
Yeah, I always buy the natural peanut butter, but last time with my grocery order,
Alright, boys. Is Mongo
they
back?
they
Oi,
Mongo
I
is
came
back.
back the minute
We
you
will
left.
talk about We will talk about peanut butter another time. For now, do something terrible to Zebediah.
Oh yeah, I'm doing something terrible too.
Oh god. See, here's the thing. Part of me still hopes I'll be holding on to this 12-year-old girl, so when it gets to my turn, I can just suplex her.
We'll see about that.
Yeah.
As you're sort of like getting a good grip on her, you see like claws start coming out of her fingertips, and as you're sort of grappling, she will attempt to slash them into your arm. Ooh, I don't think a 9's gonna hit.
No, because I have 13 armor class.
Oh.
My muscles to be ripped.
You see her be disappointed in that, but looks over to Chat, who had just bonked her a little bit, and she's gonna try and reach out to snip at his hands that just hit them with the bow staff. But it is no use. But you can tell this girl is sharp as fuck teeth.
I'm just holding on too tight.
You're just holding on too tight. Like as you see her like reach out, you just go like, nope. Fiber.
Yes, that's me. I'm fine.
You are.
Well, I see some clawing and some biting, some grappling, all this stuff's going on, and I just want to try to knock her out, like whack her upside the head with my quarterstaff in an attempt to, like, if it's enough damage to
Alright, if
knock
you do
her out,
hit,
like,
you will
don't do
definitely have
these,
sneak attack because there are allies near you.
sweet.
So you would do some
Oh,
serious
yeah.
bonks.
This is just that one JoJo meme, except we have sticks.
Yeah, just.
Alright, so here's my Here's my quarterstaff, but then I gotta add a d6 for the sneak.
Ooh, yeah, that's gonna hit.
Wow.
So, let's how much d6 at level 2? Is that 2d6 yet? Or is that 3?
Oh gosh, 1d6, an advantage. I did not write whether it was leveled. My bad.
Because I do know it varies by level, and I forget when 2d6 comes up. I don't know if that's like...
Third level. It's third level.
It's a little... Okay, so you have another d6.
It's every odd level, I believe.
Ooh,
So that's
8
a
solid
full,
damage.
Oh wait, those are the d6s are damage? I thought they were for...
Yeah. The sneak attack
Oops.
applies to damage.
Okay, so the first one was to hit,
Yeah,
and then
the
I've got...
16 was to hit, and the 3 and 5 are part of the sneak damage and sneak attack.
And then the damage for the quarterstaff is a 1d6 bludgeoning, so another d6.
Oh wait, what's your attack or dex modifier?
My dex modifier is +5.
Oh. The dex
Oh no,
modifier?
sorry. I have a 5 dex. So, wait.
Wait, no, your initiative is +5 because you're proficient with it, so you have 3 dex,
Yeah.
right? Okay, so it's gonna be 8 plus 3, 11 damage.
Solid crack on that mask to try to break it and do whatever excess damage to knock out.
Yeah. Alright, yeah, no, you see this mask, like, crack. It's like Phantom of the Opera right now, where, like, half of it sort of slunches over, and you see not quite what you'd expect from a Fae, but this looks more like a girl that has been dead for a while. Her body is sort of rotting, rotting a bit. Her eye socket is a little droopy. Her cheekbones are like, you see some actual bone from there, from her skeleton. Flesh just looks like if it was exposed, flies would be picking at it. And all blue and mangled with like other dark purples and blacks.
I just shout, y'all think we got zombie?
There's just a brief moment, and like it's the Marvel quip. Zebediah looks down at what he's holding and looks up at Fiber and goes like, "Thank you, I really needed this right now."
No problem, I got you.
As you say that, unless Fiber, do you want to do anything as a bonus action?
Let me take a gander. I would try to hide again in case I do need to do another attack. If she's not unconscious by now, I'll take my bonus action for my cunning action to hide.
Roll a quick stealth check. Alright, you are hidden. You sort of hide behind, you sort of like hop over to like one of the smashed mirrors from earlier, and you just sort of hide from like that hollow end there. As Zebediah. You're here. This girl looks very much in get fucked range.
All right.
Are you saying anything, or are you?
No, I was waiting for you to say anything.
Oh, I was saying it's your turn, and she looks like she's in get fucked range. It is your turn.
All right. Zebediah is just gonna fucking suplex the shit out of this 12-year-old girl.
All right, roll to attack for your unarmed.
Okay, hold on. Just like straight up New Japan. Fuck you. I'm trying to remember where that will be. Improv weapons. No. What am I supposed to click?
It should be under your weapons, and it should just be improvised weapons.
Okay.
Oh yeah, that hits!
Yeah.
just fucking, like,
Alright, so...
like right on the neck.
You can click right on that improved weapons. It will roll damage for you. Wait,
You
no.
gotta click on it there in the chat window.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I would say the other one would hit. Hey Zebediah?
Yeah.
How do you want to murk this child?
I want to do a suplex so hard
Wait,
that
I'll
not
change-
only
Wait, I'm gonna change the music real quick. It's gonna be another Castlevania, but it's gonna be a lot more like... You're finishing the job. Take the shot!
Yeah.
I want it to be like I am suplexing this 12-year-old so hard. Not only am I cracking her neck open, because it's obvious she's dead.
Oh,
She
yeah.
can still talk to us, even if I fucking crack the neck and she can't move her body. But I also crack the ground below her.
Oh, of
Like, it's
course.
just like a little bit of a fucking divot.
You lift you and the girl up, arch your back in a perfect rainbow arch, as you just do like the good old fashioned like 3 cutaway of boom, 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 as the mask fully breaks off. You see the full look of this girl, her face completely disfigured from rotting, is now added the additional feature of bashed the shit out of with her skull, with the back of her skull cracked, blood, like black ichory blood, long rotten, spills the area as her sharp teeth and long tongue are just in a state of like, you know, like when a bug dies and it starts twitching? It's just in that state before it eventually stays still.
You see that? Fiber, like, whoa, whoa!
Now, truth be told, I've been said to have a really good suplex.
That I just see is like, you know, that in a moment of like an anime or a show where like character just gets up from like beating the shit out of someone and you can see them smirk as they say the funny one-liner. Oh, it's so good.
What was his stage name? The lion?
Golden
Something?
Lion.
That's the golden lion, I know.
So she's fully defeated.
Oh yeah.
I give a little smack to the cheek and go like, hey, look, we both know you ain't dead.
She like looks at you, it's hard to breathe due to the fact that her neck is very much, as you said, baroque.
No, hush. You fucked over a lot of people. You can be fucked over once in your life. Come on now.
I think that'd be unlife. Golden lion.
She
Oh,
like,
true.
she like,
Grizz walks up.
I just want to
holding
rub it in
his
her face so
stick
much that
in
she
one hand, and like just has it kind of raised. He looks down and says, "Should somebody go get Mr. Light? Since we caught them."
I thought we'd bring them to Mr. Light ourselves. We got 2.
we got 2 of them.
Frog.
And of course, if their sister always comes, I'm assuming these 2 know what we can do to them now, can't we?
Probably not.
I think third sister's gone.
You think the third sister was the shadow we defeated earlier?
I don't know. Why don't we ask her? Hey, was the shadow person your sister? I'm listening now.
she like, as you say that, like smacks her head on the ground enough to like, there's like a snap in her windpipe, and she goes, "Oh, it's great that now you listen."
Oh, see, now you're saying things that are interesting, though. Zebediah is just done with all this. It's
Oh,
like,
yeah,
nah,
oh, yeah,
I'm fucking with this fairy now.
Yes, she is a third sister.
Well, hopefully the light of this situation will bring her out.
I don't know. That's gonna be pretty hard when you spook her so much with a bright light.
Yes, but brighter lights makes harsher shadows. I grab her by the neck so we can just start going to Mr. Bright and Mr. Light.
Alright, so you're just gonna keep her down. Who's gonna tell the bosses? And I want to remind you, right now probably is going to be finishing up the big event of the night of crowning the Witchlight Monarch. So they're probably on stage right now.
Is Mr. Bright on stage?
Yes, both of them. And it's the one time you know that Mr. Witch is on stage as well. Usually he keeps it.
Mr. Witch, I look to the group and Zeb just goes, okay, I know I was just making a funny about bright lights and shadows. They're probably going to try and finish their job. We should probably go save the day, shouldn't we?
I think so too. Bring them, maybe not in the crowd. I don't know. Like, you seem to know this place better than us. Maybe there's a place we can like slink over to off the side of stage and.
Burley should still be backstage, shouldn't he? No, I know who's backstage. Who's guaranteed to be there?
You do.
Taco.
Taco being the clutch player. Alright, well I will say, you do know that around, the reason why you've been able to usually go through the back is usually through the big top, because there is about a 20-foot wall of like thorny bush and everything. You do know normally if someone had to get in there, you probably have to climb and it would probably sting a little bit, but you never tried to talk to Taco and find any secret way. Maybe, just maybe, there's a chance.
We gotta talk to the clown, don't we?
Let's go talk to Taco.
Alright.
Taco! His little finger guns.
So, okay. You guys are moving up on town. Here, I'm gonna change the music, because we're no longer in cool crit mode, but we definitely are like in, okay, let's go. Let's see, let's go back to Tokyo Emergency.
Yeah, this is an emergency. It's important.
Alright, and you're bringing both of them?
Yeah.
Yes.
I'll help Grizz, because he's in human form, carry Frog.
Alright. I will say, the frog is not that big. But yeah,
Okay.
So you guys go towards the large bush-like wall of the stage area, staff area. And I must ask, Zebediah, how do you get the attention of Taco?
Hey, burrito!
There was silence.
Look, Taco. I know we ain't talk much. Well, I mean, I talk a bit, but you ain't talk much.
Never talked once.
I just point at the two fake creatures we've been carrying. Look, at minimum, we just need you to keep an eye on these two. They're tied up. They're just here, and we need to go save the day. There's a third one. Okay, Taco? And I know everybody else is busy, and we're trying to keep this on the down low because we don't want this thing to go haywire.
So again, I want to remind you, you're doing this like in front of like a wall of like trees that's like 20 foot tall, and you hear silence.
Taco, for the love for all that is holy in this god-forsaken carnival, just once, please, I beg you, can you do something?
Roll persuasion. Roll persuasion with your begging.
Begging.
Ooh. All right. You see, after you're like, for the love of God, and you pour your heart and soul out there, you see a pair of bubbles from a bubble pipe float on up above the trees. And you see the bubbles start to move as if he is trying to guide you.
Say follow the bubbles.
As you follow the bubbles,
Oh my god.
you go into like this little like almost funny enough for Fiber, a little almost like a rabbit hole of sorts, like a small, for most people uncomfortable, like probably for everyone but Zebediah, very uncomfortably small hole, but easy enough for most of you to get in, along with the individuals.
Well, heck, I can fit through there. You want me to drag some through? Hey, Grizz, we could fit through here. Chat, you can fit through here.
I can fit through here.
I would like start pulling the creatures through the hole with the help of Chat and Fiber.
All right.
I would definitely go behind to push from the back.
Like,
Yeah.
like the frog is actually not that big. It's pretty easy to carry. Like say like if Grizz wanted to pick it up, but there definitely is like the push and shove while crawling, with So Pig, and it's real inconvenient. It takes a little, like, Grizz gets out there and like you see Taco like grimace at you in particular, and then like the other two come out.
And I just try my hardest to climb through.
What do you want to climb?
Like, get through the hole.
Crawl, yeah.
Crawl.
I don't know if the mic can pick this up, but I'm going to pages. Let's see.
I hear some pages.
Alright, if you want to get through there safely, I'm gonna ask you to make a dexterity saving throw.
Can Fiber assist and ask Chat for help? Because we both have quarterstaves to kind of like lift the bramble up. Like stick the quarterstaves in the hole and push upwards, each of us on one side to make it just a little wider. Maybe lessen the pain and make it a bigger hole.
Okay, I'll allow it, because I think that's very creative.
Thank you.
Alright. Okay. And I have to...
Alright, so you'll take half of this. You take 3 points of thorn damage as he's like it's just a really inconvenient going through. But you get like a few prickles, but it's fine, it's alright. It's nothing compared to what happened. These brambles have done more to you than what these things could have done.
As I stand up, I look Taco in the eye and just go like, Taco, these are magical beings that have been messing with a lot of people in a variety of ways. They've been taking little knickknacks of possibility and personhood from people. There's one more out there. We need to stop it. We just need someone who we knew was going to be here to keep an eye on them. Can I leave them in your care?
He looks over, like, he doesn't care about the puck, but he looks over at, like, the kid you guys were, like, dealing with in the illusion hall. He, like, looks over at you and looks over at the kid. Looks over at you.
I give a smile.
Nods.
Hell yeah. Taco, I don't know if you're appreciative of physical intimacy. I would hug you, but I do not want to. Yeah, I want you to know I would hug you, but I'm not gonna because I'm not sure of your personal boundaries. This is the most we've ever communicated. I just want to let you know I really appreciate this.
He blows his bubble pipe. He very much has the impression of, leave me alone.
Alright, team? How do we fucking want to fight this shadow?
So you're thinking they're gonna come finish the job? Or do you think they're gonna like interrupt the big top show? Should we be there and keep an eye out?
Let's put it this way. I did see a creature limping away before we got distracted by the mirrors.
I will say you would know that is, Sopig, the person that you just
That was
beat up.
Sopig?
Yeah.
That was Sopig?
Yeah.
Okay. Never mind them.
Well, I think at the very
Either way,
least,
we could go check.
yeah, like keep our guard up, look out for any shadowy happenings, and be ready to defend the carnival. Maybe, hey, I mean, you're all about showmanship, right? If the worst comes to worst and they attack during the event, which would cause, you know, distress among the masses and stuff, we could probably play it off as part of the show.
Question.
Yes.
How fast does it take to put a disguise on someone if I have a proficiency in it?
If you have proficiency, I would probably say it only takes like a few minutes. Like, if you really know, like, how to put on the costume and everything, like...
I just want to put them in a little bit of a costume and put myself back in the Golden Lion costume so we can kind of blend into the proceedings.
Alright, I'd say you could probably, like, if you give out the costumes and have them put it on individually, I feel like it would only take, like, maybe 3-5 minutes most.
And, like, fix up little
Like,
things.
we're in the staff area. You could probably, like, go to the costume
like,
shed
honestly,
and,
right
like,
now, it's...
here, put on this hat, put on this.
Yeah, it really
this
just depends
shirt.
on how elaborate you want the costume to be. Because, like, if it's, like, putting on, like, clothes and everything, then that could maybe take, like, 2-3 minutes. But if it's, like, put on this hat, put on this, like, thing or whatever, then it's probably just gonna be, like, yeah, whatever.
Yeah, it's just real quick, just quick and dirty. So nobody in the audience takes a second look at them. They need to look like they're from the circus.
Alright.
Ivor, like, ruffles his fur and goes, I'll be the rabid rabbit!
Oh!
Appreciate the enthusiasm. We just... Yeah.
Okay, I'm getting ahead of myself. I'm just so inspired by your showmanship.
Alright. So, you definitely hear, like, things are getting pretty lively in there. We're about reaching the climax of the Witchlight Carnival in there. How do you go in backstage? What is the plan after getting on these disguises?
I'd follow Zeb's lead, because he knows more about what's appropriate.
I say we kind of go through the backstage area, keep an ear and eye out for things. Is there a lighting rig? Like, is there a ladder with lights and, like, scaffolding where there's lights on top?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Alright, look. I suggest, because I've been here and I know how to get up there, I go up there and keep a big eye out, and you keep an eye out for individuals out there on the floor.
Sounds like a plan.
Hey, do you got, oh. No, never mind. This place is probably too too magical. I was gonna say, I was gonna say I could detect magic and try and find the shadow, but this place is just teeming with magic, so I don't think that'll work.
Fair.
Well, you can always find out what kinds of magic is going on. If you do
Well,
use your
nerd-
magic.
Maybe.
I mean, I don't think anybody in circus uses shadow magic.
Like, I understand the reasoning, but I don't want to shut it down entirely, because you could maybe get something out of it if you wanted to try it.
Alright. So,
Ivor encourages Grizz. You have
Grizz...
the ability to add to his team.
Alright.
You should do it.
Alright. I don't think we have time to ritually cast it, so I will spend the spell
you
slot.
definitely don't. If you did, you'd very much be on the wire.
Right. So, I will spend my last spell slot, and, Grizz is going to start, smelling around for any, magic he can, pick up.
Alright, so you guys are going up the scaffolding, to get, like, a better look, right?
Boing, Zeb.
And this is concentration up to 10 minutes, so I will be continuously sniffing for magic sources.
Yeah, like
I mean,
Zeb's up top and we're down below to
Alright,
cover
you're down
both
below?
places.
Okay.
Right?
As you're sort of sniffing around, you smell a lot of sweets, that you interpret mostly as enchantments. You sense some, like, some sort of, like, phantom smells, like, you know when, like, your alarm's about to go off, but, like, it doesn't, but you feel like it does? You feel that in the form of smells, and you know that's illusion. There's something foul, and it's coming from the seats. It's not strong, it's not a big scent, but it's there, it lingers, and it's moving.
Fiverr, something smells bad over here.
He points
Grizz
over.
Grizz
towards-
like drops to all fours and is gonna crawl towards that bad smell.
Yeah, like
Zeb's
say-
up in the scaffolding and sees this and goes like, "Oh my god, the fucking."
Like, you guys are probably, like, coming from over here. I'll probably move over our thing to... Up. Like, you guys are probably over here. You sort of see it, like, over here, like, towards, like, one of the, middling seats, in the audience. If you want to do a perception check, seeing what's going on over there, you may.
All of us are just Grizz.
I would say you would
21.
Fiverr and Grizz, because you two are the ones who are, like, being directed towards it. Fiverr, okay. Dog of Fiverr sees it. Okay. Grizz. What you see is you definitely see, like... You see probably maybe, like, a halfling or something. Like, someone who's pretty small, pretty easily could be hidden in the crowd. Seems pretty young, too. They don't have fairy wings. And you see this sort of, like, shadowy hand, like, sort of pluck something away, and they seem to be out of it for a moment, and they keep sort of dazed as, like, you sort of smell and now see this sort of, like, shadow sort of slinky back into the audience and keep moving, searching presumably for more without wings. Fiverr, you probably noticed the kid who didn't have wings, you probably didn't notice the shadow.
I whispered
Grizz to Fiverr.
the shadow.
The shadow just took something from that kid.
Yeah, yeah.
And then
I
Grizz is gonna
saw
like,
too.
Grizz is gonna like, run after the shadow.
Alright, and by run to it, I'm curious, because there is a performance on stage. You see, like, Mr. Light doing some performances. Mr. Witch is, like, looking like he's about to make an announcement by, like, looking at his watch. He's, like, tapping his, like, cane tentatively, as, like, a little bit of a little glow coming from underneath his hat.
I just want to let know if Zeb is seeing Grizz starting to like get on all fours and growl at the shadow.
You definitely do.
and starting to chase for it. And Zeb's heart is now in his groin, and it's like, oh no.
no.
Yeah. And
yeah. Oh, how do you attack?
yeah. So we're not on the stage area. They're like over in the stands. So yeah, Grizz is gonna like move as quick as he can without bowling any people over.
Okay.
And chase that shadow.
This may be a very untraditional manner because I know you're not going in stealthily, but I'm gonna ask you a stealth check to see how much attention do you bring away from the show by doing this. Okay, 18. Okay, you pull this off more as like maybe you have to go to the bathroom and it's like an emergency, rather than people thinking it's weird that you're like booking it after this thing. Chat, what are you doing?
Gosh, chat.
Yeah,
I don't think
you see
was out on the floor, but still kind of hiding, not quite out in the open yet. And I was gonna try and use Divine Sense.
All right.
Just to see. I know we're working with Fae, but there's no point in not checking to see if there's anything fiendish around.
You notice an undead.
Oh.
And it is the same direction that Grizz is trying his best to book it to. It's moving a little faster than an average person does, but it's sort of slinking its way around. It sort of reveals itself to you as like a shadow. You sort of see like that moon mask reflected a little bit. Like imagine like the whole room goes dark and you see like almost like to you a spotlight on this like shadowy figure as it's slinking around and trying to find the last pickings of the night. It seems to be just going around the audience. Right now it's more in the center, like the middle of the center rows. Seems to be moving with purpose, probably going after another person who has gone in without payment. What would you do? Because I will allow you to start your plan to engage if you wish.
I'm trying to decide. How far away would you say I am from the shadow? About?
Well, if you're still behind Sage, essentially. Let me phrase it less from distance, and more so what would be in your way, right?
Yes.
In front of you, you have the show starting to wrap up. Mr. Light is finishing some tricks before eventually they're going to crown the person who has done the most vibe check here in the circus. And right across from it, straight ahead at this point, is where that shadow is, in the middle of the stands. You see, probably at this point, while booking towards it, even if it is not as a mess, is Grizz coming in probably around the left stands, and you know that like you're probably closer to Fiverr, and Zebediah is in the rafters above. So more or less, just keep in mind, if you're gonna do anything that's like very visual, like if you did a guiding bolt or some shit, everyone's gonna fucking know. So if you're gonna try and make a deal about this, you have to be a little tricky.
I don't know if Bird's gonna be all that quiet about it.
Hey, you may not.
Cause my first thought was, Dead's in the room. I'm gonna toll the Dead.
Ooh, alright. Knowing Toll the Dead is definitely in its range. Alright, I'll roll.
Which is gonna make a loud sound of, ringing bells.
Okay, I just want to say, this is the plan. Zeb has a plan for this. Metagame wise, Zeb has a plan.
Alright, well first, I'm gonna roll its wisdom saving throw. It succeeds. But
no!
But there is a... What kind of ding is it? Is it like a bell ring, or is it like a church bell ring?
It's... Earlier
Sounds
I said
like
that it
Taco
was
Bell.
like a like a ding ding, like a match bell.
Mm-hmm.
But this time it would more likely be discordant, like church bells.
Uh-huh.
It could be part of the show.
Okay. So, the loud banging happens. Mr. Light is definitely caught off guard in this, but he doesn't want to make the audience think that this is like something different. So he's going to try and do a deception check to try and make it be pulled off as natural, because this isn't really because he wants to help you. He wants to make the audience not think something weird is going on.
Yeah.
Oh, buddy.
Maybe
You know?
it's like the ding of now it's time to crown the monarch
Might.
person.
I
Actually, no, it's gonna be a performance, because that makes a lot more sense.
mean, what is performance but a form of deception?
And wow, would you look at that? Would you look at that, Rhiannon? He does like
Oh.
a little bit of a flip, and he sort of looks over and goes like, "Now, it looks like it is time. Looks like I've had too much time in the trapeze. It looks like it is time to select our Witchlight monarch." And he sort of gets like a rope, sort of gets like, you see like up in the rafters, Zebediah, like someone looks a bit panicked. Oh, fuck, I'm gonna get like 3 more minutes. Like,
I just look over at him and shrug. It's like, "Gee."
like he's also confused. Like this half orc who's like, "I don't know, man." Okay. He gets out a rope to
Oh no, man,
throw
I just
down.
work here.
Huh?
Wait, there's a rope going down now?
Yeah, there's a rope coming down. So then,
Okay.
so Mr. Light could grab onto it to sort of like twirl his way down towards the center stage to initiate the crowning. You see Mr. Witch is definitely suspicious of what's going on, but he can't do anything about it right now. He's like tapping his cane a little bit. But he has to do his duties.
Part of me desperately hopes like he looks up and I just wave at him. It's like, hi.
Hey, that's really funny. That's gonna happen now. He looks over towards where the bell could have been, and like, he's sort of like side's eye. He knows how to cheat, so like he's sort of like is facing like he's looking at the odds, and like looks up towards like where the bell was ringing, sees you.
Little wave. It's like
You
thumbs
see-
up.
You see him grab his hat, about to continue on this ceremony. Mr. Witch will remember this.
Hopefully, it's for the right reason.
Oh, you hope. So yeah, Mr. Light is starting a little monologue going like, "Well, we all had a nice night, ladies and gentlemen, for 8 long hours. It was deep in the night from 8 in the evening to 4 in tomorrow." He's going on this little spiel. As Grizz, what are you going to do as you're trying to get closer to the rotten smell as it's trying to slinky its way through?
Well, how close can I get?
I'm gonna say we're gonna do this more theater of the mind style. So you could probably get through it, get towards it, if you wanted to do anything to it.
All right. So my intention is to basically to get up to the shadow, and then hit it with my magic stick.
Okay.
That is my intention. If I have the action economy to do that this turn, I am going to do
I will allow that. Yeah, for sure.
All right. Grizz gets there, he grips his magic stick, which is not a concentration spell, so detect magic is still up, and then he doth whack the shadow.
He bonked, but no, the shadow.
Shadows are elusive and hard to bonk.
Yeah, you see like the face of it real quick, and there's like a little bit of a like head tilt as like you sort of throw it out, and like it sort of flows, sort of slings through down to like a seat ahead of you, and like instead of the shadow, you see like this one gnome go, "Ow! Watch it, young man!"
Sorry! And then just continue scrambling after the shadow.
Alright.
Are people starting to notice the shadow?
People notice that someone bonked a man. This child bonked a man. That's like the biggest thing. It's more like people are a bit confused now, getting a bit more attention on this child. I think that is with his wisdom, correct?
It is. It's okay. Correct. It's correct.
So.
It's a +6. I just rolled a natural 2.
Alright. I thought so. I was just clarifying how long we ran it. Alright. So as you're going down, I believe Zebediah, what are you doing up in the rafters? What is your plan?
Okay, I'm completely out of character. I'm just kind of speaking. My thought was to route out the shadow. And the idea was for Zebediah to jump down to the stage, make a big show of fighting the monster as if it is part of the event. So nobody suspects anything.
Okay. There is rope here, so you wouldn't immediately take like 4d6 fall damage. But like, okay. You definitely see where Grits is. He bonked someone. He bonked a gnome. So you know that's generally where the shadow is. If you wanted to get a rope and try to swing down there, you could. But that's definitely going to start asking questions. So I am going to say this is high stakes, more in the sense of if you don't hold this off right, it's going to be a big call out to you.
Then
believe in yourself. Make the performance check.
Okay, hold on. I want this to fucking go off without a hitch.
Alright.
You're the bard. This is your moment.
Shine.
Okay. Hold on. I want to check a thing real quick.
Yeah, check all the things you need, because like this is definitely this is a ride or die moment. Because like right now, like people are a little like, what the fuck is happening to the kid bonking like some of the guy that's something up on the show. And if they see someone just come in attempting to fight a shadow that is not there, supposedly, that's gonna have a moment, and you're gonna have a talk.
All right, I want to lay out what the chain of events.
All right, lay out the chain of events.
Come down, performance, make a speech that I, the Golden Lion, will renounce his vow of silence because an invisible creature to those around us is hiding amongst us, and I must defeat him before the night is through. And then I use Vicious Mockery on it to hurt it and bring it out.
Okay.
And as a prepared like action, Fiverr get ready to do some rabbit hop to get up in the same area. So if he fails, he can like jump in and be like.
You can definitely jump in. I don't think I'll let you have encourage the roll. I would allow that for you basically to be in the same area as Zebediah. So it makes it a little less awkward, but a lot bigger of a deal, if that makes sense.
Yeah, like being all dressed up in costume, like just making it so if he fails any like persuasion to the audience of this is an event thing, that it's like, no, see, look, there's two entertainers. It's definitely
the DC is gonna be a lot higher for you. Like,
all right, so I'm gonna start it. I'm gonna fucking start it.
Alright, I do wanna remind you, if you want to bardic inspiration yourself, this is the fucking time to do it if you got any left.
Oh, I can do that? Sick.
And even if you don't, I'm allowing this right now, because you're gonna need all the luck you could fucking get.
Oh, fuck me. Alright.
Because, like, this is a bold as fuck move, my guy.
So bardic inspiration, then I'll do plus 1d6.
Yep, it'll be 1d20 plus whatever your performance is, plus d6.
Okay. Here's performance. It's gonna pop up. Okay. Plus 1d6.
Alright.
Plus 1d6.
Nice.
Okay. This is gonna get a music change. Let's see, do I have it? Do I have New World Order? Do I have Funny Danganronpa song?
Oh, God.
Do I have New World Order? I don't have New World Order. I'm gonna put that in right now. Because that's important. This is a moment to play New World Order. Oh wait, no, I have to go. I have to do things. I have to go to roll 20 on my other magic phone. I'm having a Joker moment in the best way. Because I'm gonna be real with you, the DC I set was gonna be like 18.
Oh.
Yeah, because it's like, this is really cool, but it's not gonna be an easy feat.
Yeah.
Because I simultaneously have to trick the audience and make Mr. Light go along with it, Mr. Bright go along with it. Like, it has to be fucking good.
Okay. New World Order should be in. I'm just gonna refresh this end. Alright, I'm gonna turn the volume down because I know the song's fucking loud. Alright. So you come! You just dive on in on the rope. You smack down towards the ground. And how do you break your vow of silence, Golden Lion?
Superhero pose like Iron Man. And I rise up and I look Mr. Bright in the eye and go, "Sir, something is amiss."
Mr. Light goes, "What? It can't be! The Golden Lion!"
Yes, I have broken my vow of silence. This is not a lie, because he has promised to shut the fuck up. All throughout tonight, many people might have noticed some odd goings-on. He's not saying the Golden Lion, because that's a lie, so he's just There's a name that's supposed to go there, I can't say it. As well as my intrepid adventurers, and I gesture to Fiverr, Chet, and Grizz, just in the crowd, to kind of like smoke screen away of what they were doing.
Right.
Have been endeavoring to save this night of festivities for you all. And with that, I wish to do Vicious Mockery. I'm trying to remember how to activate it.
And I'll give it disadvantage because you fucking nailed this cool moment and you're calling it out.
I'm trying to remember how to roll it from my sheet.
Right. You don't have to roll. You only get to roll if they fail, and if you do, it'll be a D4. Alright. This is wisdom save. Oh wait. Wait, why did I go all the way up there? Alright, it's gonna be an 11 because that was what was rolled first, and that will definitely fail your spell save DC. So roll a D4 of psychic damage.
Rolling, rolling, rolling.
Got to keep on rolling. Rah.
3. All right. So this shadow over here, like, it's silent, but it takes the full brunt of it as like it sort of like covers its face beneath over its mask. Like, no, don't look at me. It's still just like 2-dimensional and like a little accordion-y because it's on like it's on like a flight of stairs, like in the seats. But it definitely coils up. It has now insecurities. Fiverr, I'll let you go next because you wanted to hop on in.
Yeah. To be like, to play on the show and what Golden Lion has presented and be like, I, the rabbit, will aid you in this endeavor. We are here to protect the crowd, and raises the arms up, you know, like in gesturing towards.
Alright, do a performance check to see how you can rally the crowd. Alright, some people are like, yeah, okay. Like, it's not like a big, like, yeah! But it's like, they're into it. They're like, oh, okay. That's what's happening right now. Like, they're like, alright! Alright. Chat, I'll let you go, and the shadow will do things.
Still, I don't, now that it's been called out, I feel like it's not as big of a deal, but chat's still gonna stick around, like, maybe move to the other side and just go again with, Toll the Dead, yeah. Let's see. Oh, wait, no, I know what's even better.
Wait a second. Do I have another bardic inspiration I can do?
You could, but that's a bonus action, not a reaction.
Shit. Because I was thinking of, like, using bardic inspiration to, like, bolster their thing with the crowd.
No, you have to do that as a bonus on your turn.
Yeah. Never mind.
Since Zebediah and Fiverr have come in and made their grand entrances, I'll be using Toll the Dead again with the sound of the opening bell for a match.
Oh! Alright, I'll roll. It passes, but it definitely looks around as if it is spooked. It was not ready to be confronted like this. And it adds a lot of theatrical stuff. But this shadow very much has grown insecure and will attempt to crawl over towards your shadow, Zebediah. Spotlight on you, its tiny little circle, and it will attempt to grasp at it. It is going to roll an attack. Oh, fuck!
Oof.
Alright, I'm gonna need you to make... Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck, there's no save? Fuck! That's fucked up. Alright.
We can play this. We can play this to our advantage. Oh no, the hero's come and announced and is attacked by the evil and is hurting.
So...
Even more of a reason
grasps onto your shadow and takes out like a good, like, takes off a chunk of it, and you feel like part of your essence, like, ooh, like your skin becomes paler as you take 8 points of necrotic damage, and I will roll a d4. Your strength score is reduced by 1.
Okay.
But you feel like a chunk of yourself has been like ripped off by this phantom spirit. Oh wait, shit! I forgot. It was at disadvantage because of its mockery. All right, so that actually doesn't happen. I'm a liar.
No, it tries to do it, and that's what it looks like to the crowd.
No, I like to imagine like the shadow just sort of. I imagine like now that it's more disadvantaged, like the shadow sort of becomes a little larger, like in the audience, like people who are more like not in their seat, like in the middle seat, sort of start seeing it a bit, as it sort of swoops down to get like the center of your shadow, and you just like. I imagine you just like punch the ground like towards where the shadow's going. Alright. Grizz.
Alright. Grizz, unfortunately, has never really seen the show before today, and so doesn't really know how to act in this situation. So he just kind of, like, you know, lets out a yell and charges forward, swinging a magic stick at the shadow.
Spark that good stick. Oh, that good stick hit!
That Oonga Boonga!
Ooh, that's some good Oonga Boonga!
Yes, and that is, it does count as a magic
yep.
weapon. Yes.
This shadow, once seeming very large as it sort of slinks in, just sort of like, it sort of like shrinks down a little bit as if it's trying to hide from any remaining light. It seems to like, at this point, try to cower in whatever darkness it can. Alright. In this case, it would be I think it would be Zebediah's turn again.
Okay.
As you see the shadow like sort of slinking in.
I kind of talk no jutsu to continue the performance because I have a feeling Mr. Bright would appreciate if we actually keep that
he does.
thing up.
He seems like, oh, what the? He's like, haha.
You see, the shadows will always try to hide something from you, but all you need is the light of friendship and trust in yourself to beat the shadows. As I basically try and like do something to it. I don't know what. Like I stomp on it, just like really hard.
You stomp on like the shadowy tail on it, and it's like.
Yeah. So.
Are you gonna unarmed attack it?
Yeah.
Alright.
Oh, if I ever know a shadow to make a sound.
That will hit.
Okay.
Okay, it's looking very rough. Like, it is almost like bleeding out to the rest of the darkness, losing its form. As it becomes Fiver's turn.
Well, I'm already hopped over there and I see the stomp and I want to keep it up, so I want to like drive my quarterstaff, like I'm holding it with both hands and just like doing the whoosh, hit the end of the quarterstaff onto the ground like I'm like bashing it to the ground shake type thing. And I say, friendship!
Friendship! Alright, roll to attack.
Where are you, quarterstaff?
Oh no! Although friendship is powerful, it like now being more like a little speck, it sort of like shrinks down and sort of grows back, no longer caring to be stealthy. It now looks like there's like a light show where like the shadow is sort of like dancing in size from being like really small to like really big throughout the audience.
We're still putting on a show, it's all good.
Alright. Chat. Just cat turn.
Cat turn, chat bird, chat do. Hold the dead
Catman
again.
too.
And I'm very hoping this works. In the way I want it to.
Alright.
What could be said of this entire encounter?
Now,
Yes.
I'm so sorry, chat. I'm so sorry, Ruby.
Mm-hmm.
But the bell tolls again. It sort of is like a little shaken of it, but then it sort of realizes a moment where it does nothing. It does not take necrotic damage. I'm so sorry, Rumi. It's okay. At least
Yeah,
you,
shadows
at least
are
you
immune to
spited it.
necrotic.
Yeah. Sorry. That's okay. At least you murked it before. At least you basically one-shot it before. It's cool. It's cool.
You're adding sound effects to the spectacle.
I was just hoping for the shout of friendship.
Yeah, I was
And,
too. I was too.
And belling, tolling the bell to end the match.
As you decree friendship, Fiverr, the shadow slinks over. The size of the shadow growing dramatically, as if it is like consuming the whole middle of the crowd. The shadow of this, what looks like acrobatic performer similar to Mr. Light, but with a moon mask, sort of swipes in, going right towards you, Fiverr. It is going to roll an attack, but this time it will not be at disadvantage.
Oh no.
Is this a Five Nights at Freddy's reference?
I don't know it enough to know.
Is 13.
Alright, so you like hop out of the way as this like shadow, like as it looks like it's gonna slam you, actually just like comes in like a wave, just like coming out and then like sinking back in as if to grasp your own shadow, and you just jump up into the air, avoiding it, as it now becomes Grizz's turn.
Now is the time.
Now is the time. You take the shot. How do you do this?
Alright. Seeing the shadow go after his friends, Grizz charges up from behind and brings his magic stick down on the shadow, and as it strikes, as the good stick is infused with the power of nature from the young druid boy, there is like sparks of sunlight as he brings it down, smashing the shadow and disrupting its form.
As you smash it with sunlight, with this sort of wisdom of the sun, smacks down, there's another silent scream. The people up in the rafters are curious. They're getting their spotlights ready to look down on it, and as it is trapped in sunlight, as in this bright light, it keeps on screaming silently as it sort of raises up from the rafters and just sort of like as if it's just like in a fetal position up in the air, as if it is like its darkness sort of burning away but staying there almost forcefully now that it does not have darkness to sink back into.
Fiverr nods approvingly to Grizz. It was always the best stick.
Alright, now Zebediah, how do you play off this execution? How do you end the grand finale?
I look to Mr. Bright and just go like, it's beat, we're good. I'm just gonna fucking improv and then you can take it from me, okay? We all must fight with things we cannot see. Whether it be invisible tieflings, or the shadows behind us that feast on our anxieties and fears of the past we cannot change. Either way, we must face it. With revelry, joy, and the friends we've made along the way. Look to your brother, your fellow man, the people beside you, and laugh. For that laughter will always bring a brighter day.
As you do that, there's sort of like a shot of like you talking like in the audience point of view, and there's a shot of Mr. Witch putting his cane down and then there's like a flash of lightning in the background as the whole place lights up, and a little roar of thunder comes out, bringing attention to the scene. He just goes, whoa, Zebediah, golden lion. Oh, take a peek behind the mask of all shadows. He takes off his hat, his top hat. There's like the glow like you see in like Pulp Fiction when they open up the briefcase.
Yeah.
He pulls out a crown that looks like it's this nice golden crown with a similar dragonfly fixture as in Mr. Bright's baton. He has it in his hands, and he goes, I think we found the monarch. And he beckons you to come on down.
I kneel down to accept the honor.
He walks up and places it on your head. And as he does so, he just looks at you and goes like,
I didn't hear that. What?
oh, he just goes,
Oh, I know, sir. I am so sorry.
and he does that like he has the crown in one hand, and like he says like after he places it, he gets his top hat back to cover his mouth as he like puts it back on. And the audience cheers, everyone goes fucking wild. It's great. Let me tell you what you get for being crowned the Witchlight monarch. Zebediah, you have the charm of the monarch. You can sprout a pair of butterfly wings as long as you have these wings. You can gain a flying speed equal to your walking speed and gain a +5 bonus on all charisma ability checks. The effects last for 1 hour, and use these charms 3 times before it vanishes. So, basically, you can use this 3 times, and when you use it, you'll get an hour of flight and +5 to all charisma checks before it goes away.
Alright.
And also, of course, good flying speed. So, keep that in mind as I design
That's
this
really cool.
rhyme. So, yeah. Eventually, there are the bows, the applause ends, the tent is emptied out, and things are quiet now. Oh, that was well timed. Alright, let's see. What's a good... No! You stop that, Moradine! Let's see. What's a good... Alright. I think I'll go to... It's hard to... Actually, no, I think I'll go with... Alright. So, you guys are brought backstage. And you all... And it doesn't take long for Mr. Bright and, for Mr. Witch and Mr. Light to see what you have brought, backstage. Mr. Witch in particular, like at first he was gonna like, looked like he was gonna have a stern talking to, and now he's got like that look where, almost a shameful look as he's got his like top hat like having little shadows over his eyes. Mr. Light is looking very uncomfortable, almost embarrassed.
Zeb doesn't notice. He immediately gets on his hands and knees and goes like, I'm so sorry, bosses. I only saw one way of fixing this and I had
As you're doing this, like, Mr. Witch has his cane sort of like have your, like, has it underneath your chin and sort of makes you look up. And you being at the angle where it is not covered in shadow, you see his black eyes lit up only by his blue irises, almost with a tear. And he just goes, Zebediah, you are not the one who should be sorry. We are.
But sir, I almost ruined the big thing. I mean, and I dragged these three along with me into my cackamamie scheme. Thanks, guys, by the way.
No problem. It wasn't dragging.
Crap.
We wanted to help.
Your
Mm-hmm.
cackamamie scheme. If you didn't do it, this would have been going on for much, much longer. See, we weren't always in charge of this place. And although our time there, our exchange seemed civil at the time, it definitely had a price. Those three were a part of it. And for now, this is good. But it won't be long till their masters will be quite unhappy with us. After all, they do pay quite a bit for our patronage.
Well, truth be told, they always say that there's a price to pay to be going independent in a small business.
Oh, you tell me. We actually used to have a small business before this. It was another circus. It was in a much more dingier place. Have you heard of the Shadowfell?
I'll do a history check.
Yeah, do a history check. I say history or arcana can work.
Either way, it's the same number.
Alright. Man, that sounds fake as fuck.
I ain't never heard of a thing like that.
Well, let's just say it's a very dingy, horrible place. No one likes it. But, yes, no, thanks to a trio not unlike these three, we were able to charm the individual to, convince them switching circuses. And here we are, in debt. Maybe not in money, but in, stealing. And we were just supposed to let it happen. As long as we didn't interfere, we got to keep this service.
Well, I mean, y'all didn't interfere.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
I mean, y'all didn't interfere. These three individuals came into the carnival today to have a good time, and they saw some trouble, and I, carnival employee, kept an eye on them.
There's like a sad smile to Mr. Witch and goes like, so I always appreciated your optimism, even if it, was not always quite right. No, we allowed them to come here and do what they wished. I remember, actually, seeing, he points over with his cane towards Pixo, the one that you suplexed. I remember that one in particular, taking something from you. And, I won't lie when there was pity in my heart. sometimes when I see it happen, I try to get some of the witch hands or maybe even Mr. Light to bring them here. Give them a home. They may not fit otherwise. But now that they're gone, we need to keep it that way. And if we just stay here, even moving to circus, it's not going to solve anything. You're going to have to talk to their bosses and deal with them however way you must. Do you understand, Zebediah? Chris, Fire, Titan. You all understand.
Fire does
No.
like Fire does like the pull on the coat like forward thing, like to straighten up, and says, "I'm ready for whatever it takes to keep the people safe."
He hears that and he like ruffles Grizz's hair and goes like, "Well, looks like your guardian does, and he's good. You two would have gotten your job."
He is.
Grizz. Oh, he
Fire's
is, yes. But I would let you know if there were circumstances like this, I would have given you the job even without the interview. Alright.
Well, maybe another time then.
I hope so. Now, come with. I bet you may have found it out or not, but we're heading to the Hall of Illusions.
Oh, you don't like charge for property damage, do you?
There's a
Liability.
silence. I do.
Well, I mean, if Fire immediately points
However,
to the
right
what was the name of the fae
right
with the pig?
now, consider it done.
Oh, okay, good. Because it was totally that one. Points to the pig face, the one that had the pig mask.
I see. And he leads you all. Not Taco!
Taco be lurking.
No, Taco!
Taco be silent in DP
Taco
though.
coming on the adventure.
Taco's a
with us?
real one.
Taco in the Adventure Zone?
Taco Camp and Clutch.
I see
Yeah.
I
that.
did. I wasn't expecting Taco to actually do something. He doesn't. But you guys go in. Mr. Witch sees the property damage. His grip on his cane tightens as he resists to say anything about it. And he goes up to one mirror in particular. One mirror with an hourglass at the top of it. And he just goes, he points towards it and goes, this here is going to be what you're up against. This is the symbol of the hourglass comet, for which for the past, present, and future, they have claimed a world of their own and made it into their own lands. Once I say the magic words, you will enter through there and be able to attempt to stop all of this. Are you ready?
Ready as I'll ever be.
Alright.
Yes.
I mean, I could use like a short rest, get my wild shapes back.
Yeah, I'm kind of tired. I mean,
Yeah,
we've been
long
doing
rest
all
You
is
say
night.
that,
even-
like, hey, can I have like an hour? And he like looks at his watch and goes like, no, I need to get this place packed up, and by the time an hour passes, this will no longer be here.
Well, all right then.
I understand, young man. It is quite late, especially for a boy like you. But there's no rest for the wicked and those who go after it. And
Zeb has been a little taken aback and despondent at the revelation that they just let this kind of go on and that he's partially a victim of it. I just want to let this is kind of the setup in my head right now. I just want to. So let him continue because.
yeah. And together, Mr. Witch and Mr. Light both say, hither, thither, here and there, wander yonder, and show me where, and I will see if I can. Alright, so I will see if it shows up for everyone else.
I see it.
Alright, yeah. So you see this gate open up, and I will change the music to the upgrade. Where is it? Where's its sister? Where's the song sister? Come on.
Oh, no. Why are you looking for that? Fiber.
It's thematic!
It's thematic.
Fiverr just wants to like ready his herbalism kit and be like, you know, I think I got some stimulants. I mean, we're pretty tired and beat up. Maybe I can help keep us going.
The portal opens up. And Mr. Witch just looks upon you, waiting for you guys to step in.
Grizz puts his shield on his arm and grips his stick in his other hand as we'll walk on through.
Fiverr follows.
Chatting Zed.
Zed's kind of wants to be last. He wants to have
Alright, he wants to have that last moment.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
Cat takes a long look at the mirror, takes a firm grip of his stick, looks to his hand, grips it a little tighter, and just walks through.
Zebediah.
Zeb has been
With your two bosses.
Zeb has been looking a little despondent. He walks over to the mirror. He stomps and turns around and looks them in the eye, which he hasn't done since they revealed that. You know, bosses? Truth be told, you know what they say about the darkness, right? You just gotta shine a little light on it. He looks to Mr. Bright and says, hold my place on the card. Turns around and walks through the door.
Alright. You walk through the door. And we get to go to a new map.
Sorry, I saw a line for a good cheesy line.
Dude, hell yeah.
I'm all for it.
It's so thematic.
I
So
love
appropriate.
cheese.
Alright. Wait, did I not use them? I did, okay. And you enter. It looks like first the world around you, clouds and mist, as you zoom on in through this world, to this new world. And you enter. You are no longer home. You are no longer in the world you once knew. You come out of the mist upon this bridge right here. looking out
Oh yeah.
into a new world. Welcome, everyone, to Beyond the Witchlight.
Wild.
Wild. We are the wild beyond the Witchlight. We did it!
Woo!
We did it!
We did it!
did
Yeah! Name drop!
Name drop. Alright, so... How do we
Does that
feel
one
that
have
we're...
feet?
How do we feel that we're finally beyond?
I feel good.
Yeah.
We've come together. We've bonded.
You did.
I
It may have
want-
taken a session longer than I thought, but you know what?
It was worth it.
It was still very good, and I enjoyed the session especially. This was very nice.
Yeah.
This felt like a good climax to Circus Arc.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, yes.
I'm so glad I saw so many goddamn little like things I could just pluck out and go like, nope, that's a thematic element now.
Yeah. No. That's why like the whole Hall of Mirrors sequence is like, yes, I get to be evil and monologue and go on your traumas. I get to go.
And now Zebediah has a catchphrase.
Yeah, no, Zebediah has a funny. Now he has a cool guy catchphrase, and it's great. All of this is great.
Good.
Yeah.
And
I love it.
technically, we're only a little over time.
Oh, yeah. We
Yeah.
wrapped up nicely.
Also, Pan, I just appreciate that I didn't see how my bosses looked at like their response to my like little like, yeah, you fucked up, but like things can get better.
Mm.
Like I'm glad I don't know that.
Oh,
Even
because
if
like
you're
I want to let you guys know, Mr. Witch and Mr. Light are chaotic good. They are good people. They are just also in a situation where they cannot deal with it, but will like, because I was trying to give like hints towards that around the beginning of the gondola, where it's like, hey, you know, giving you like slight hints without like trying to seem like they're involved.
Oh yeah, no, like they definitely I got the feeling that like they knew something was up, but for some reason wanted us to sort it out.
Yeah.
Like yeah, I mean they definitely like gave us the nudge to like yeah, go solve this problem.
Mm-hmm.
But also like the indication that they knew more than they were telling us.
Right. Yeah. Because like I really like how Mr.
So I
Witch and
think
Mr.
it came through.
Yeah, I really like how they're set up, because they're set up to be like very ambiguous, but they mean well, and I really like it, and I felt like it really showed off more for like, hey, yeah, Zebediah's here, and like they know why, and just
Yeah. It empowered us to take care of things while not suspecting
yeah.
them.
When I get out,
being bad.
when we end stream, I'm gonna tell you stuff about Mr. Witch and Mr. Light's stats, because they are optional bosses if either people are explicit assholes or very unlucky.
There's Sans Undertale.
Honestly, Mr. Witch is kind of Sans Undertale vibe, except without puns. Like honestly, if we did have a Mr. Witch boss fight, Megalovania would fit. Because I've only used his like spells he can use like a few times a day for thematic elements. I did not use a thunderbolt at you, which he can do.
That would have been bad.
But when we talk about that off stream, I will send you guys over to looks like do we feel like going for a mecha pixie or a dwarf?
Ooh,
What are we feeling, boys?
tough choice. I feel like Fae themes should stick, so I'm voting Mega Pixie.
Okay. Alright, then we're gonna raid a good old regular, we're gonna raid Yiggy Evergreen.
Oh, but what others think?
Alright, the other
Okay.
person. Yeah, the other
Yig's lad.
Nick's lad.
Okay,
Alright.
do it. Thank you all for a wonderful session.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's
Can
great.
I plug my thing before we go?
Chill your shit.
All right. So hey, everybody. So I am KB, and
Hi, KB.
I am a VTuber, and I'm gonna be doing a subathon on my channel this weekend. Is my crashing to earth quote unquote birthday stream
Woo.
this Saturday, the 26th of February, starting about 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And I'm gonna stream, and I'm gonna stream as long as people are paying me to stream. And we'll see how long that goes.
I'm excited for it. Like, I know who I'm raiding. Birthday raid.
Yeah.
And also,
Yes.
if you give 10 subs to KB, they will have to order a pizza of your choosing.
Even if
Yes. Up to 5 toppings from the local pizza place. I will put any toppings that you desire upon my pizza for the day.
Of crust, though?
To the first person to gift 10 subs. And if you gift just 1 sub, I will answer. You can ask me anything, and as long as it isn't, you know, Twitch unfriendly, I will answer.
or Doxy.
Yes.
Hey,
anything
KB,
like that.
what are your
Obviously,
exact coordinates right now?
Well, let's see. I am on the planet Earth in the solar system. In the Milky Way galaxy.
Okay.
That's a lot of information right there.
Yes.
We have confirmed he is
I can tell you that I am in the eastern. Yeah, I can tell you that I am in the Eastern time zone, which is why I give all my times in the EST. So.
Yeah, it makes sense.
That is
So I can tell you that much.
All right.
Anyway, so thank you. Yes, follow me on Twitter. Blah blah blah. Stream on Saturday.
Ooh.
Thank you for letting me chill.
No problem. I always encourage chilling.
Aww. Nice.
But I'm gonna start the raid, and
You did it wrong.
I did. I
No
slid
slashing!
because I didn't even see like a nope, not valid.
You need the slash command.
I did. All right.
There
So
goes the
thank you
There we
for
go.
stopping by, whether it was past, present, or future. I hope you have a nice day or evening and have something nice to look back on. And until then, I wish you a bye-bye.
So long, farewell, auf Wiedersehen, goodbye.
Wow.
Auf Wiedersehen.
Till next time.
Yeah.